Chapter 18, The First Consul, Rebuilding France and Consolidating Power 1799-1802. The coup of 18 Brumaire ended one chapter of French history. It began another. For nearly 10 years, France had experienced revolution, political violence, foreign invasions, civil conflict, economic instability, and repeated constitutional experiments. Governments had risen and fallen with astonishing speed. Kings had lost their thrones. Revolutionary leaders had become prisoners. Former heroes had been executed by the very movement they once served. The nation had become accustomed to uncertainty. Napoleon Bonaparte understood this better than most. Although he had seized power through extraordinary political circumstances, he knew that military prestige alone would not keep him there. A general could win battles, but governing an entire nation required something very different. France did not simply need another victorious commander. It needed functioning institutions. It needed financial stability. It needed efficient administration. It needed laws that ordinary citizens could understand and trust. Most of all, it needed confidence in the future. Napoleon immediately recognized that if he could provide those things, his authority would become stronger than any victory won on a battlefield. At only 30 years of age, he became First Consul of France. Officially, the new constitution established 3 consuls who would govern together. In theory, executive authority would be shared. In reality, almost everyone quickly understood where true power rested. Napoleon dominated meetings. He made the most important decisions. Ministers reported directly to him. Senior officials soon learned that he expected complete preparation before presenting any proposal. He possessed an extraordinary memory. He often remembered statistics, names, military reports, and financial figures without consulting notes. If an official arrived unprepared, Napoleon immediately noticed. He disliked vague answers. He demanded precision. One minister later remarked that meetings with Napoleon required constant concentration because he questioned every assumption and expected detailed explanations. His work habits astonished those around him. And like many rulers who delegated significant responsibilities, Napoleon involved himself personally in countless aspects of government. He frequently worked 15 or 16 hours each day. He read reports late into the night. He dictated letters with astonishing speed. Secretaries sometimes struggled to keep pace as he moved rapidly from one subject to another. Military planning might be followed immediately by discussions of taxation, education, road construction, diplomacy, agriculture, or judicial reform. His mind seemed capable of shifting effortlessly between entirely different subjects. Visitors often left exhausted. Napoleon appeared energized. His appetite for work became one of the defining characteristics of his government. He believed that effective leadership required constant attention. Idle rulers, in his view, produced weak governments. The first challenge confronting the new administration was financial. Years of revolution had severely damaged France's economy. Government revenues fluctuated unpredictably. Tax collection remained inconsistent. Public confidence in state finances had almost disappeared. Merchants hesitated to invest. Farmers worried about unstable markets. Government creditors doubted whether loans would ever be repaid. Napoleon recognized that military victories meant little if the state itself approached bankruptcy. He therefore placed enormous emphasis on financial reform. Rather than creating entirely new systems, he sought to improve existing ones through discipline and organization. Tax collection became more centralized. Officials responsible for gathering revenue were chosen more carefully. Fraud and corruption received greater attention. Local authorities became increasingly accountable to the central government. Gradually, government income stabilized. Citizens still disliked paying taxes. That had never changed. What changed was the government's ability to collect them efficiently. Reliable revenue allowed France to function more effectively. It also strengthened Napoleon's authority. A government capable of paying its soldiers, financing public works, and meeting financial obligations inspired confidence. Another major reform soon followed. In January 1800, the government established the Bank of France. The institution represented one of Napoleon's most important economic achievements. Its purpose extended beyond simply issuing currency. The bank sought to stabilize the financial system, encourage commerce, improve public credit, and support long-term economic development. For decades, France had experienced recurring monetary instability. The revolution had made matters worse through the widespread use of paper currency whose value often fluctuated dramatically. Napoleon wanted something different. He wanted confidence. The Bank of France gradually became a cornerstone of the nation's financial recovery. Businesses found it easier to obtain credit. Commercial activity expanded. Economic uncertainty slowly declined. Although many factors contributed to France's recovery, stable financial institutions played a crucial role. Napoleon believed that prosperity strengthened political stability. He was largely correct. Economic reform alone, however, could not solve France's problems. The administrative structure of the nation also required modernization. Before the revolution, France had possessed an extraordinarily complicated system of provincial privileges, overlapping jurisdictions, and inconsistent local administration. Revolutionary governments had attempted to simplify matters but often lacked the stability necessary for lasting reforms. Napoleon approached the issue systematically. He reorganized local government through the creation of prefects. Each department received a prefect appointed directly by the central government. These officials supervised taxation, policing, public works, education, and local administration. Their authority extended throughout the country. The system dramatically increased governmental efficiency. It also increased central control. Local independence diminished. Paris gained greater influence over regional affairs. Critics argued that such centralization reduced local democracy. Supporters replied that it created consistency and competence. Remarkably, many features of Napoleon's administrative reforms survived long after his fall. Indeed, aspects of the prefect system continue influencing French administration today. Napoleon judged institutions by results rather than ideology. If a structure worked effectively, he valued it regardless of whether it appeared traditionally republican or monarchical. Another deeply divisive issue demanded attention: religion. The French Revolution had profoundly disrupted relations between the state and the Catholic Church. Church property had been confiscated. Many clergy had been persecuted or forced into exile. Religious conflict divided communities throughout France. Some revolutionaries wanted to reduce religion's influence dramatically. Many ordinary citizens remained deeply devoted to their faith. Napoleon viewed the conflict pragmatically. Personally, his religious beliefs remained difficult to define with certainty. At different times, he expressed admiration, skepticism, and political appreciation toward religion. What remained consistent was his belief that religion possessed enormous social importance. He once observed that society needed religion because it encouraged moral order and social stability. Whether or not he personally accepted every doctrine mattered less than his recognition of religion's political significance. He therefore sought reconciliation. Negotiations began with Pope Pius VII. The discussions produced the Concordat of 1801. The agreement represented a compromise. Catholicism was recognized as the religion of the majority of French citizens, though not the official state religion. The Pope accepted many changes brought about by the Revolution, including the loss of church lands. The French government retained considerable influence over the appointment of bishops. Many clergy returned to public ministry. Religious tensions diminished significantly. Neither side achieved everything it desired, yet both gained enough to restore peace. The Concordat proved one of Napoleon's greatest political successes. By ending one of the revolution's most bitter conflicts, it strengthened national unity. Education soon became another priority. Napoleon believed that strong governments required educated citizens and competent officials. He also believed education should cultivate loyalty, discipline, and public service. Schools therefore became instruments not only of learning but also of nation building. The government established a network of secondary schools known as lycees. These institutions emphasized mathematics, science, history, languages, engineering, and military preparation. Scholarships enabled talented students from modest backgrounds to attend. Napoleon appreciated merit. Although he certainly rewarded loyalty, he also believed ability should receive opportunities regardless of family background. This principle reflected one of the enduring legacies of the Revolution. Careers increasingly open to talent rather than noble birth alone. Many future administrators, officers, engineers, and judges received their education through institutions established during Napoleon's government. He hoped they would form a capable national elite. Military glory alone could not sustain France. Competent civil servants mattered equally. Napoleon also sought new ways of recognizing service. The Revolution had abolished many traditional aristocratic titles and decorations because they symbolized inherited privilege. Yet Napoleon understood that people appreciated recognition. Honor inspired effort. In 1802, he established the Legion of Honor. Unlike hereditary noble titles, membership depended primarily upon service and achievement. Soldiers, scientists, artists, judges, administrators, and civilians could all receive the distinction. The system reflected Napoleon's belief that merit deserved public recognition. Although critics accused him of recreating a new elite, supporters argued that the Legion rewarded accomplishment rather than ancestry. The institution became one of France's highest honors and remains so today. While domestic reforms progressed, war returned once again. Peace had never been fully secure. Austria continued resisting French influence. Another military campaign became necessary. Napoleon now faced an unusual situation. He remained head of government while simultaneously serving as supreme military commander. Balancing both responsibilities required extraordinary energy. In the spring of 1800, he personally led an army across the Alps into northern Italy. The crossing itself became legendary. Transporting thousands of soldiers, artillery pieces, horses, and supplies through mountainous terrain demanded careful planning and immense determination. Artists later immortalized the event with dramatic paintings portraying Napoleon heroically mounted upon a rearing horse. The reality proved less theatrical. Much of the journey occurred under difficult conditions. Heavy equipment required ingenious methods of transport. Weather complicated movement. Progress remained slow. Nevertheless, the army crossed successfully. Napoleon had once again achieved the unexpected. Soon afterward came the Battle of Marengo. Initially, events developed poorly for the French. Austrian forces attacked aggressively. French units retreated. For much of the day, defeat appeared increasingly likely. Some officers believed the battle had already been lost. Napoleon refused to accept that conclusion. He reorganized surviving forces. He delayed retreat. Most importantly, he waited for reinforcements under General Louis Desaix. Late in the afternoon, Desaix arrived. Fresh troops entered the fighting. French artillery intensified its fire. A coordinated counterattack transformed the battlefield. The Austrians, believing victory already secured, suddenly found themselves under renewed assault. Confusion spread through their ranks. The momentum shifted dramatically. By evening, the French had achieved an astonishing victory. The price proved high. General Desaix was killed during the final stages of the battle. Napoleon mourned the loss deeply. He recognized Desaix as one of France's finest officers. Victory had been purchased at considerable cost. Strategically, however, Marengo changed everything. French control over northern Italy was restored. Austria's negotiating position weakened significantly. Napoleon returned to Paris not only as First Consul but also once again as the victorious general who had saved France. His prestige reached unprecedented heights. Political opponents found it increasingly difficult to challenge a leader who consistently produced results. The following year, Austria signed the Treaty of Luneville, confirming French dominance over much of continental Europe. For the first time in many years, prospects for broader peace appeared realistic. One major enemy remained: Britain. Despite continued rivalry, prolonged warfare exhausted both nations. Negotiations eventually produced the Peace of Amiens in 1802. Although the agreement would prove temporary, its significance at the time was enormous. For the first time since 1792, much of Europe experienced a genuine pause in large-scale warfare. French citizens celebrated enthusiastically. Markets revived. Trade expanded. Families welcomed loved ones home from military service. Travel resumed more freely. The sense of relief was widespread. Napoleon understood the political value of peace. Victorious wars enhanced his reputation. Successful peace strengthened it even further. By 1802, France had changed profoundly. Government finances functioned more effectively. Administration operated with greater efficiency. Religious divisions had eased. Education expanded. Economic confidence slowly returned. Foreign enemies sought peace rather than immediate conflict. Many citizens concluded that Napoleon had accomplished what years of revolutionary governments had failed to achieve. He had restored order. He had preserved many of the revolution's reforms while reducing the chaos that had accompanied them. Yet success carried its own consequences. As Napoleon's popularity continued growing, supporters began asking an increasingly important question. If one man had rescued France from disorder, should his authority remain temporary, or should the nation entrust him with even greater power? Napoleon himself listened carefully. He rarely rejected opportunities that promised stability, influence, or lasting achievement. The office of First Consul had brought him immense authority. Soon, however, many would argue that even this position no longer reflected his importance to France. The Republic had been saved. Now its leader stood on the threshold of becoming something even greater. The next chapter would reveal how Napoleon Bonaparte moved from being the First Consul of France to becoming its ruler for life, and how that path would ultimately lead to an imperial crown. Chapter 19: Consul for Life and the Birth of an Emperor 1802 to 1804. By the summer of 1802, Napoleon Bonaparte had accomplished what many French citizens had once considered impossible. When he seized power in 1799, France remained exhausted by nearly a decade of revolution. Political instability had become almost normal. Governments collapsed with alarming frequency. Economic uncertainty affected businesses and ordinary families alike. Foreign armies threatened the nation's borders. Religious divisions continued separating communities that had once lived peacefully together. Only 3 years later, the situation looked remarkably different. The government functioned efficiently. Tax revenues had stabilized. Public administration operated with increasing discipline. The courts were being reorganized. Schools were expanding. Peace had been achieved with most of France's major enemies. Although many problems remained unresolved, countless French citizens believed that their country had finally regained stability. For much of the population, one man deserved the greatest share of the credit: Napoleon Bonaparte. His popularity reached extraordinary levels. Merchants appreciated the revival of commerce. Farmers benefited from improved order in the countryside. Government officials admired the efficiency of the new administration. Soldiers remained devoted to the commander who had led them to victory across Europe and the Middle East. Even many people who had once viewed him cautiously now acknowledged that France had become stronger under his leadership. Napoleon understood the significance of public opinion. Although he often appeared supremely confident, he paid close attention to how his government was perceived. He read reports. He monitored newspapers. He listened to advisors from different political backgrounds. He believed that durable authority rested not only upon military strength, but also upon popular acceptance. One of the most important political tools of his government became the plebiscite. A plebiscite allowed citizens to vote directly on major constitutional questions. Supporters argued that such votes reflected the will of the nation. Critics questioned whether the government's influence over public discussion and voting procedures affected the results. Regardless of those debates, plebiscites gave Napoleon a powerful means of claiming popular legitimacy. In 1802, the French people were asked whether Napoleon should become First Consul for life. The proposal represented a major constitutional change. Originally, the position of First Consul had been limited by fixed terms. Now supporters argued that France's stability depended upon continuity. Why, they asked, should the nation risk replacing the man who had restored order? The official results showed overwhelming approval. Napoleon became First Consul for life. The decision marked an important turning point. Although France officially remained a republic, its political system increasingly centered upon one individual. Napoleon now possessed the authority to appoint his own successor if circumstances required. His position resembled that of a monarch in many practical respects, even if republican language continued to describe the government. Observers across Europe noticed the transformation immediately. Some concluded that the French Revolution had effectively ended. Others argued that Napoleon had preserved its essential achievements while eliminating its excesses. The debate would continue for generations. Napoleon himself often insisted that he was safeguarding the revolution rather than destroying it. He believed France needed strong leadership to protect the reforms won since 1789. Whether history ultimately agrees depends largely upon how one defines the revolution's central principles. While constitutional changes attracted considerable attention, Napoleon devoted equal energy to another project that would prove even more enduring. He wanted to reform French law. Before the revolution, France had possessed an extraordinarily complex legal system. Different regions followed different customs. Feudal privileges created unequal treatment. Ancient traditions often conflicted with newer regulations. Legal disputes could become confusing because laws varied from province to province. The revolution had abolished many of these inequalities, yet it had not created a single, coherent legal code. Napoleon regarded this situation as unacceptable. He believed that every citizen should know the law. He believed that laws should apply consistently throughout the nation. He believed that justice required clarity. Soon after becoming First Consul, he assembled distinguished jurists and legal scholars to prepare a comprehensive civil code. Napoleon participated actively in many discussions. Contrary to the popular image of a ruler concerned only with warfare, he spent countless hours examining legal principles. He questioned experts. He debated specific articles. He insisted that the language remain clear enough for ordinary citizens to understand. The result became known as the Civil Code of 1804, later celebrated throughout the world as the Napoleonic Code. The code represented one of the greatest legal achievements of modern history. Its influence eventually extended far beyond France. Many countries in Europe, Latin America, the Middle East, and elsewhere later adopted legal systems inspired by its principles. At its heart stood several revolutionary ideas that Napoleon believed should endure regardless of future political changes. Equality before the law became one of its central foundations. Feudal privileges based upon birth were rejected. Private property received strong legal protection. Contracts gained greater legal certainty. Religious freedom received recognition. The code sought consistency rather than privilege. Yet it also reflected the social values of its own era. Within the family, fathers possessed broad authority. Married women faced significant legal restrictions compared with men. Modern readers often recognize both the remarkable progress represented by the code and its important limitations. Like many historical documents, it reflected both timeless principles and contemporary assumptions. Napoleon later remarked that his true glory did not rest upon winning 40 battles. He believed those victories could eventually fade from memory. The civil code, he argued, would endure. History has largely confirmed that prediction. Although his empire eventually collapsed, the legal reforms survived. Few rulers leave institutions that outlive their military triumphs. Napoleon succeeded in doing both. As his authority expanded, however, opposition did not disappear. Many supporters of the former Bourbon monarchy viewed Napoleon as an illegitimate ruler. Some radical Republicans feared that he intended to restore monarchy under another name. Foreign governments watched developments carefully. Within France, several conspiracies emerged. Most failed before reaching maturity. Some remained little more than discussions among dissatisfied individuals. Others developed into serious assassination plots. Napoleon rarely underestimated such threats. Years of revolution had taught him that political violence could change history overnight. The government strengthened internal security. Police surveillance expanded. Investigations increased. One of the most capable officials serving Napoleon during this period was Joseph Fouché. A survivor of the revolution's turbulent political struggles, Fouché possessed remarkable intelligence and organizational ability. As Minister of Police, he developed an extensive network of informants throughout France. Reports flowed constantly to Paris. Potential conspiracies were monitored closely. Supporters praised the system for protecting national stability. Critics argued that it created excessive surveillance. Napoleon valued results. Fouché delivered them. Among the most serious threats was the Cadoudal conspiracy. Its participants hoped to overthrow Napoleon and restore the Bourbon monarchy. The conspiracy involved royalist supporters and attracted attention from individuals outside France. Although the plot ultimately failed, it deeply affected Napoleon. He became increasingly convinced that foreign governments and exiled royalists would never voluntarily accept his rule. His response would soon provoke one of the greatest controversies of his career. Suspicion gradually focused upon members of the Bourbon family living beyond France's borders. Among them was Louis Antoine, Duke of Enghien. The Duke lived in the German state of Baden, near the French frontier. Evidence connecting him directly to assassination plans remained uncertain. Historians continue debating precisely what Napoleon believed at the time. Some argue that he genuinely considered the Duke dangerous. Others conclude that the available evidence was weak and that Napoleon acted primarily for political reasons. Whatever his motivations, the decision proved dramatic. French agents crossed into foreign territory. The Duke was arrested and brought to France. A military tribunal convened rapidly. Proceedings moved quickly. The Duke was found guilty of offenses against the French state. He was executed in March 1804. The execution shocked Europe. Even many supporters of Napoleon regarded the decision as unnecessarily harsh. Foreign monarchs condemned the action. Some previously neutral observers now viewed Napoleon with greater suspicion. Within France, reactions were more mixed. Certain supporters believed the execution demonstrated strength against conspirators. Others worried that it reflected increasing authoritarianism. The affair became a turning point. Napoleon later defended his decision as necessary for the security of France. Critics have continued questioning both its legality and its morality. The debate remains active among historians more than 2 centuries later. Ironically, while controversy surrounded the Duke of Enghien's execution, another political movement gained momentum inside France. Increasing numbers of influential officials concluded that republican institutions no longer matched political reality. Napoleon already possessed greater authority than many kings. His government had restored stability. His military victories continued enhancing national prestige. Yet one important question remained unresolved. What would happen if Napoleon died unexpectedly? The Constitution provided no secure hereditary succession. Supporters feared that renewed political conflict might follow. Many therefore proposed a dramatic solution. France should become an empire. The title of emperor differed from that of king in important symbolic ways. Kings often ruled by hereditary tradition connected to ancient dynasties. An emperor, particularly in Napoleon's vision, would derive authority from the nation itself and from personal achievement rather than ancient bloodlines. Supporters argued that an empire would preserve the revolution's reforms while ensuring political continuity. Napoleon did not reject the proposal. Indeed, it aligned closely with ambitions that had gradually developed throughout his career. In May 1804, the Senate officially proclaimed Napoleon Emperor of the French. The wording itself mattered. He did not become Emperor of France. He became Emperor of the French. The distinction reflected revolutionary ideas emphasizing the nation and its citizens rather than ownership of territory. Preparations began immediately for one of the most magnificent ceremonies Europe had witnessed in generations. The location chosen was the Cathedral of Notre Dame in Paris. The event would combine ancient traditions with revolutionary symbolism. Napoleon invited Pope Pius VII to attend. The Pope accepted. His presence gave religious legitimacy to the ceremony while also demonstrating reconciliation between France and the Catholic Church. Throughout Europe, rulers watched developments carefully. Some welcomed the restoration of political stability in France. Others viewed Napoleon's elevation with alarm. They feared that an ambitious emperor who had already transformed France might soon seek to reshape Europe as well. Their concerns would eventually prove justified. On December 2, 1804, thousands gathered inside Notre Dame. The cathedral was decorated magnificently. Officials, diplomats, military officers, judges, clergy, and distinguished guests filled the vast interior. Music echoed beneath the high vaulted ceilings. The atmosphere combined solemnity with grandeur. Napoleon entered wearing elaborate ceremonial robes inspired partly by Roman imperial traditions. Beside him walked Josephine. The woman he had married 8 years earlier would soon become Empress of the French. Their relationship had endured joyous separation, jealousy, reconciliation, and disappointment. Now they stood together at the center of one of Europe's greatest ceremonial occasions. As the ceremony reached its climax, an unforgettable moment occurred. Traditionally, the Pope would place the crown upon the ruler's head. Napoleon chose a different path. He took the imperial crown into his own hands. Then, before the assembled audience, he crowned himself. Afterward, he gently placed a crown upon Josephine's head, proclaiming her empress. The symbolism was unmistakable. Napoleon wished to demonstrate that his authority came not from the church alone, nor from ancient dynasties, but from his own achievements and from the French nation. The act astonished many observers. Some admired its confidence. Others considered it an extraordinary display of personal ambition. Either way, no one forgot it. The coronation represented far more than the creation of a new title. It marked the birth of the French Empire. The artillery lieutenant from Corsica had become emperor of one of Europe's greatest powers. His rise defied almost every traditional expectation of 18th-century society. He had not inherited a throne. He had earned influence through talent, military success, political skill, relentless work, and remarkable ambition. Yet becoming emperor also changed the nature of the challenges before him. As First Consul, Napoleon had governed primarily to stabilize France. As emperor, he now carried the expectations of an empire. His enemies became more determined. Foreign monarchies grew increasingly suspicious. Coalitions began forming once again. The peace established only 2 years earlier started to unravel. Napoleon had reached the summit of power. But history often reminds us that reaching the summit is easier than remaining there. The imperial crown glittered brilliantly beneath the lights of Notre Dame. Its weight, however, would prove far heavier than anyone present could yet imagine. The next chapter would reveal how the newly crowned emperor faced the greatest military coalition Europe had assembled against him, and how victories at Ulm and Austerlitz would establish his reputation as one of history's greatest commanders. Chapter 20. The Emperor at War at Ulm, Trafalgar, and Austerlitz 1805. By the beginning of 1805, Napoleon Bonaparte stood at the height of his authority within France. Only a decade earlier, he had been an ambitious young artillery officer searching for opportunity amid the uncertainty of the French Revolution. Since then, he had defeated powerful armies, reshaped the French government, introduced sweeping administrative and legal reforms, restored stability to a nation exhausted by years of turmoil, and crowned himself Emperor of the French. His achievements had astonished Europe, yet admiration was matched by fear. To many European monarchs, Napoleon represented more than a successful military commander. He represented a revolutionary force capable of overturning centuries of political tradition. Every victory strengthened France. Every reform consolidated his government. Every treaty extended French influence across the continent. Many rulers concluded that if Napoleon were not stopped soon, the balance of power in Europe might never recover. Their concerns gave birth to a new alliance. It became known as the Third Coalition. Britain once again took the lead, and like the monarchies of continental Europe, Britain remained protected by the English Channel and the unmatched strength of the Royal Navy. Since the outbreak of the Revolutionary Wars, British governments had consistently opposed French expansion. Even when temporary peace had been achieved through the Treaty of Amiens, neither side truly trusted the other. The peace proved short-lived. By 1803, Britain and France had resumed hostilities. Napoleon initially hoped to strike directly at Britain's greatest source of confidence. He considered invading the British Isles. For nearly 2 years, thousands of French soldiers assembled near the French coast around the port of Boulogne. Camps stretched across the countryside. New roads were constructed. Training exercises continued almost every day. Engineers designed landing craft capable of transporting soldiers, horses, artillery, and supplies across the English Channel. Napoleon inspected the camps frequently. He demanded rigorous discipline. He wanted every regiment prepared for immediate action. The soldiers of what became known as the Grande Army gradually developed into one of the finest military forces Europe had ever seen. And like many earlier armies composed largely of mercenaries or temporary recruits, the Grande Army combined experienced veterans with enthusiastic younger soldiers. Many officers had risen through merit rather than noble birth. Their loyalty belonged not only to France but also to Napoleon himself. Training emphasized speed. Marching became faster. Artillery became more mobile. Communication between units improved. Corps commanders learned to operate independently while remaining capable of supporting one another when necessary. Napoleon believed that flexibility won battles. Rather than controlling every movement personally, he organized his army into self-contained corps capable of fighting individually until concentrated for decisive action. This innovation became one of the greatest strengths of the French military. Each corps contained infantry, cavalry, artillery, engineers, and support services. They could march separately along different roads, reducing congestion and improving speed, while remaining close enough to unite quickly when battle approached. The system allowed Napoleon to move enormous armies with remarkable efficiency. His enemies struggled to match such operational flexibility. Yet despite all these preparations, one obstacle remained: the Royal Navy. France could not safely invade Britain without temporary control of the Channel. Achieving that objective required defeating or distracting the British fleet. Napoleon developed several complex naval plans intended to draw British warships away from European waters. The schemes demanded precise coordination between French and Spanish fleets operating across the Atlantic and Mediterranean. And fortunately for Napoleon, naval warfare differed greatly from land campaigns. At sea, he possessed far less experience than on the battlefield. His admirals faced an opponent whose navy had accumulated generations of maritime expertise. That opponent was commanded by one of Britain's greatest naval leaders, Admiral Horatio Nelson. Nelson understood the importance of preventing a French invasion. Throughout his career, he had demonstrated extraordinary courage, tactical imagination, and the ability to inspire sailors under his command. By 1805, he had become one of Britain's most respected military figures. As French and Spanish fleets attempted to maneuver according to Napoleon's broader strategy, Nelson pursued them relentlessly. The decisive encounter came on October 21, 1805, off the southwest coast of Spain near Cape Trafalgar. The Battle of Trafalgar became one of the most famous naval engagements in history. Traditional naval tactics often involved opposing fleets forming long parallel lines while exchanging cannon fire. Nelson chose a different approach. He divided his fleet into two attacking columns that sailed directly toward the combined French and Spanish line. The maneuver appeared risky. Approaching head-on exposed British ships to heavy enemy fire before they could respond effectively. Yet Nelson understood that once his ships broke through the enemy formation, confusion would spread. Close-range combat favored the superior training and discipline of British crews. The battle unfolded exactly as he hoped. British vessels penetrated the Allied line. Individual engagements erupted across the sea. Cannons roared continuously. Wooden hulls splintered under repeated bombardment. Smoke covered much of the battlefield. Ships collided. Masts collapsed. Sailors fought desperately amid fire, shattered timber, and flying debris. Nelson himself moved calmly aboard his flagship, HMS Victory. Throughout the engagement, he remained visible to his men despite the danger. His presence inspired confidence. It also made him an obvious target. During the battle, a French marksman shot Nelson. The wound proved fatal. Although he remained alive long enough to learn that Britain had secured victory, he died before the battle concluded. His final triumph came at the cost of his own life. Trafalgar transformed naval history. Britain achieved overwhelming success. Much of the combined French and Spanish fleet was destroyed or captured. French hopes of invading Britain effectively disappeared forever. Napoleon would never again seriously attempt a cross-channel invasion. The Royal Navy emerged stronger than ever. For the remainder of the Napoleonic Wars, Britain retained command of the seas. The consequences proved enormous. France would dominate much of continental Europe. Britain would dominate the world's oceans. This strategic division shaped the remainder of the conflict. Remarkably, while disaster unfolded at sea, Napoleon achieved one of his greatest triumphs on land. The Third Coalition had expected the Grande Armée to remain near the English Channel preparing for invasion. Instead, Napoleon acted with extraordinary speed. Within weeks, his army abandoned the coastal camps and marched eastward toward Germany. The movement astonished European observers. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers crossed France with remarkable discipline. Roads filled with marching columns. Artillery rolled steadily across the countryside. Supply trains followed carefully organized routes. The logistical achievement alone impressed military professionals. Napoleon's objective was clear. Rather than waiting defensively for Austrian armies to advance, he intended to surround and destroy them before Russian reinforcements could arrive. The strategy reflected principles he had perfected during the Italian campaign. Move quickly, concentrate force, separate enemy armies, defeat them individually. The Austrian commander, General Karl Mack, positioned his forces around the city of Ulm. He expected the French to approach from one direction. Napoleon approached from several. French corps crossed the Rhine River and maneuvered around Austrian positions with astonishing speed. Instead of launching an immediate frontal assault, Napoleon executed a vast encirclement. Gradually, Austrian forces realized that French troops surrounded them. Escape routes disappeared. Communication became increasingly difficult. Supplies dwindled. General Mack hesitated. Each passing day strengthened Napoleon's position. By October 1805, the trap had closed completely. Facing overwhelming odds and little hope of relief, Mack surrendered. Approximately 30,000 Austrian soldiers laid down their arms. The Ulm campaign had ended with remarkably little major fighting. Napoleon achieved one of history's greatest strategic victories largely through maneuver rather than prolonged battle. Military academies continue studying the campaign because it demonstrated how superior movement and operational planning could defeat an opponent before a decisive battle even occurred. The road to Vienna now lay open. French forces advanced rapidly into the Austrian capital. Vienna, one of Europe's grandest cities, fell with relatively limited resistance. Napoleon entered the city triumphantly, yet he knew the war remained unfinished. Russian armies under Tsar Alexander I had joined surviving Austrian forces. The decisive confrontation still awaited. Napoleon deliberately searched for favorable ground. Near the small town of Austerlitz, in present-day Czechia, he found it. The battlefield contained rolling hills, villages, streams, ponds, and open fields. Most importantly, it offered opportunities for deception. Napoleon excelled at making opponents believe exactly what he wanted them to believe. He carefully studied the terrain. Then he began creating an illusion. French forces appeared weaker than they actually were. Some positions seemed lightly defended. Napoleon even abandoned the strategically important Pratzen Heights, allowing coalition commanders to assume the French center lacked strength. The apparent weakness encouraged overconfidence. The coalition leaders believed Napoleon intended to retreat. They decided to launch a massive attack against what they perceived as his vulnerable right flank. Napoleon anticipated precisely this decision. His real plan depended upon it. For days before the battle, dense fog covered much of the countryside. On the morning of December 2, 1805, the first anniversary of Napoleon's coronation, the mist slowly began lifting. Sunlight broke through the clouds. French soldiers later remembered the brilliant light shining across the battlefield. Napoleon himself regarded it as a favorable omen. History would remember it as the Sun of Austerlitz. As coalition troops descended from the Pratzen Heights toward the French right, they unknowingly weakened the center of their own line. Napoleon waited patiently. He watched enemy movements carefully. Then he turned to Marshal Nicolas Soult. "The battle is yours," he reportedly declared. French divisions surged forward. Soult's soldiers climbed the Pratzen Heights with determination. The fighting became fierce. Russian and Austrian troops resisted stubbornly. Bayonets flashed. Artillery thundered. Smoke drifted across the hills. For hours, control of the heights remained uncertain. Eventually, French discipline and momentum prevailed. The capture of the Pratzen Heights split the coalition army in two. Napoleon had struck exactly where he intended. From that moment onward, the battle increasingly favored France. Elsewhere across the battlefield, fierce combat continued. Marshal Jean Lannes defeated Russian attacks on the French left. Marshal Joachim Murat led repeated cavalry charges that disrupted enemy formations. The Imperial Guard remained in reserve until critical moments required intervention. Napoleon coordinated these movements with remarkable composure. He seemed to possess an extraordinary awareness of the entire battlefield. Reports arrived constantly. Orders departed immediately. He adapted to changing circumstances without losing sight of his overall strategy. Coalition commanders struggled to recover. Units became separated. Communication failed. Attempts to organize coordinated counterattacks arrived too late. French forces maintained the initiative. One dramatic episode occurred near a series of frozen ponds and lakes south of the battlefield. As defeated coalition troops retreated, French artillery fired upon the ice. For many years, dramatic accounts claimed that thousands of soldiers drowned when the frozen surfaces collapsed beneath them. Modern historical research suggests the numbers were probably much smaller than early reports indicated. Nevertheless, the incident contributed to the battle's legendary reputation. By late afternoon, the outcome could no longer be doubted. The coalition army had suffered a devastating defeat. Thousands of soldiers had been killed, wounded, or captured. The French army remained firmly in control of the battlefield. Napoleon had achieved what many historians consider his greatest military masterpiece. The victory at Austerlitz carried consequences far beyond the battlefield itself. Austria immediately sought peace. The Treaty of Pressburg, signed later that month, imposed severe terms upon the defeated empire. Austria surrendered significant territory. French influence expanded further across Europe. The Holy Roman Empire, which had existed in various forms for nearly 1,000 years, entered its final stage of decline. Within the following year, Emperor Francis II formally dissolved it. One of Europe's oldest political institutions disappeared. Napoleon's victories had reshaped the continent. The Third Coalition collapsed. Russia temporarily withdrew from the conflict. Austria accepted defeat. Only Britain remained unconquered. Yet Britain remained a formidable opponent. Trafalgar had ensured that Napoleon would never master the seas. Austerlitz demonstrated that no continental army could yet match him on land. Europe entered a new era. French armies dominated the continent. British fleets ruled the oceans. The rivalry between these two powers would define the years ahead. For Napoleon personally, Austerlitz represented the pinnacle of military genius. He had predicted enemy movements, manipulated their decisions, chosen the battlefield, controlled the timing, and achieved overwhelming victory against two emperors commanding larger combined forces. His soldiers admired him more than ever. Foreign governments feared him more deeply than before. His confidence, already immense, reached new heights. At 36 years of age, Napoleon Bonaparte stood unrivaled as the greatest commander in Europe. But history rarely allows extraordinary success to remain unchallenged. Every triumph created new enemies. Every expansion of French influence inspired new coalitions. Every victory convinced Napoleon that greater achievements remained possible. The emperor had reached the summit of military glory. Yet the climb toward even greater power had not ended. It had only entered its most dangerous stage. Chapter 21: The Fall of Prussia, the Continental System, and the Zenith of Napoleonic Power 1806–1807. The victory at Austerlitz transformed the political map of Europe. For Napoleon, it was the crowning achievement of years of military innovation and relentless ambition. For Austria, it was a humiliating defeat that forced the Habsburg monarchy to surrender territory and accept French dominance across much of Central Europe. For Russia, it was a painful setback that demonstrated the extraordinary effectiveness of the French army under Napoleon's command. Yet one major continental power had remained largely absent from the campaign: Prussia. For decades, Prussia had been respected as one of Europe's strongest military states. Its reputation rested largely upon the achievements of King Frederick II, remembered by history as Frederick the Great. During the 18th century, Frederick had transformed Prussia into a disciplined military kingdom whose army was admired throughout Europe. Even after Frederick's death, that reputation endured. Prussian officers took great pride in their traditions. They regarded themselves as heirs to one of Europe's finest military systems. Many believed their army remained unmatched. And fortunately for Prussia, reputation and reality were no longer the same. While Prussia relied heavily upon methods that had brought success during Frederick's lifetime, Napoleon had spent more than a decade revolutionizing warfare. The French army of 1806 was faster, more flexible, and better organized than the armies that had fought during the 7 Years' War. Many Prussian commanders failed to appreciate how profoundly warfare had changed. Political tensions steadily increased throughout 1806. Napoleon reorganized much of Western Germany into the Confederation of the Rhine, a collection of German states allied with France. The new confederation significantly reduced Austrian influence within Germany and further expanded Napoleon's political authority across Central Europe. Prussia viewed these developments with growing alarm. Its leaders feared that French influence was becoming overwhelming. At court in Berlin, military officers and government officials debated how long Prussia could tolerate Napoleon's continued expansion. Some advocated caution. Others believed immediate action had become necessary. National pride also played an important role. Many Prussian officers considered it unacceptable that France had become the dominant military power on the continent. They believed Prussia's honor required resistance. Eventually, diplomacy failed. In October 1806, Prussia declared war on France. The decision reflected considerable confidence. Some Prussian leaders expected a rapid campaign ending in French defeat. They believed their disciplined army would halt Napoleon before he could fully organize his forces. Napoleon welcomed the challenge. His Grande Army had spent years developing into an extraordinarily efficient military instrument. Its corps system allowed commanders to operate independently while remaining capable of concentrating rapidly for battle. Experienced marshals commanded highly trained troops. Supply systems functioned efficiently. Communications had improved. Most importantly, Napoleon himself possessed an unmatched ability to understand operational movement across vast distances. Rather than waiting for Prussian forces to invade French territory, he advanced swiftly into Germany. His objective was familiar: move faster than the enemy expected, separate opposing armies, destroy them before they could unite. French columns crossed difficult terrain with remarkable speed. The campaign developed so rapidly that many Prussian commanders struggled simply to determine Napoleon's exact location. Confusion spread through the Prussian high command. Orders changed repeatedly. Marches and countermarches exhausted soldiers. Communication between separate armies became increasingly unreliable. Napoleon recognized the opportunity immediately. On October 14, 1806, two major battles occurred almost simultaneously. Near the town of Jena, Napoleon personally commanded one portion of the French army. Nearby at Austerlitz, Marshal Louis-Nicolas Devout led another French force. Napoleon believed he faced the main Prussian army at Jena. Ironically, the larger Prussian force actually encountered Devout at Austerlitz. This unexpected circumstance produced one of the most remarkable achievements of the Napoleonic Wars. Devout's corps numbered approximately 27,000 soldiers. The Prussian army opposing him was nearly twice as large. Under ordinary circumstances, such numerical superiority might have guaranteed victory. Devout demonstrated extraordinary leadership. His troops marched with exceptional discipline. French artillery supported carefully coordinated infantry attacks. Repeated Prussian assaults failed to break the French line. Instead of retreating before overwhelming numbers, Devout launched determined counterattacks whenever opportunities appeared. Throughout the day, his smaller force steadily gained the advantage. By evening, the larger Prussian army had collapsed into retreat. The victory at Austerlitz became one of the greatest accomplishments ever achieved by a single French corps. Napoleon later praised Devout lavishly. Many historians continue regarding the battle as one of the Marshal's finest achievements. Meanwhile, at Jena, Napoleon fought what he believed to be Prussia's principal force. Morning fog concealed much of the battlefield. As visibility improved, French units advanced across elevated terrain. Marshal Michel Ney repeatedly attacked enemy positions with characteristic courage, though at times he advanced more aggressively than Napoleon had intended. Other marshals, including Jean Lannes and Joachim Murat, coordinated their movements carefully. French artillery gradually weakened Prussian defenses. Once opportunities appeared, cavalry charges exploited openings in the enemy line. By afternoon, Prussian resistance collapsed. Soldiers retreated in growing disorder. The defeats at Jena and Austerlitz occurred on the same day. Together, they shattered Prussia's military power. Entire fortresses surrendered with surprising speed. Many commanders lost confidence. French forces pursued relentlessly. Napoleon understood that victory became most decisive when followed by rapid exploitation. He refused to allow defeated enemies time to recover. Within weeks, French armies advanced deep into Prussian territory. On October 27, 1806, Napoleon entered Berlin. The Prussian capital had fallen. The event carried enormous symbolic importance. Only months earlier, Prussia had viewed itself as a leading military power. Now its capital stood occupied by French soldiers. Napoleon carefully considered the political significance of his arrival. He wished not only to defeat armies but also to demonstrate the consequences of opposing France. While in Berlin, Napoleon introduced one of the most ambitious economic strategies of his career. Since Trafalgar, he had accepted that Britain could not easily be defeated at sea. If direct invasion proved impossible, perhaps Britain's economy could be weakened instead. Britain depended heavily upon international trade. Its merchants conducted business across Europe and around the world. Napoleon reasoned that if European markets closed their ports to British goods, the British economy would suffer severe damage. This idea became known as the Continental System. In November 1806, Napoleon issued the Berlin Decree. The decree prohibited trade between Britain and territories under French influence. British goods were to be excluded from continental Europe. Ships connected with British commerce faced restrictions. Merchants violating the blockade risked severe penalties. The strategy represented economic warfare on an unprecedented scale. Napoleon believed commerce could accomplish what naval battles could not. If Britain lost access to European markets, perhaps financial hardship would eventually force it to negotiate peace. The concept appeared logical. Implementing it proved extraordinarily difficult. Europe possessed thousands of kilometers of coastline. Smuggling flourished. Merchants discovered creative methods of bypassing restrictions. Many European economies themselves depended upon British trade. Some allies enforced the system enthusiastically. Others complied only reluctantly. Although the Continental System damaged portions of British commerce, it also created significant hardships for continental Europe. Over time, the policy would contribute to growing dissatisfaction with French rule. For the moment, however, Napoleon focused primarily upon military operations. Despite Prussia's collapse, the war remained unfinished. Russian armies continued advancing westward. Winter approached. Napoleon pursued his opponents into Poland. The campaign soon became one of the most physically demanding of his career. The Polish landscape differed dramatically from previous battlefields. Autumn rains transformed roads into thick mud. Heavy wagons struggled to move. Artillery progressed slowly. Supply columns fell behind. As temperatures dropped, conditions became even harsher. Snow covered the countryside. Ice formed along rivers. Cold winds swept across open fields. Soldiers marched through freezing weather with limited shelter. Many had worn uniforms already damaged by months of campaigning. Food became increasingly scarce. Disease spread among exhausted troops. Letters written by soldiers describe endless marches through villages devastated by war. Horses died from exhaustion. Boots wore out. Frostbite injured many men. The hardships affected both armies equally. Russian commanders hoped that distance and winter might weaken Napoleon before a decisive battle occurred. Napoleon remained determined to force an engagement. In February 1807, near the town of Eylau, both armies finally collided. The Battle of Eylau became one of the bloodiest and most brutal encounters of the Napoleonic Wars. Unlike Austerlitz, where careful planning had produced a brilliant victory, Eylau developed amid confusion, snowstorms, and desperate improvisation. Visibility frequently disappeared beneath blowing snow. Units lost contact with neighboring formations. Artillery struggled to identify targets. Commands became difficult to hear. The battlefield descended into chaos. Neither side possessed a clear advantage. French assaults encountered determined Russian resistance. Russian attacks met equally stubborn French defenses. Entire villages changed hands repeatedly. Casualties mounted with terrifying speed. At one critical moment, Napoleon himself faced serious danger. Russian pressure threatened the French center. If the line broke, disaster might follow. Marshal Joachim Murat responded with one of history's greatest cavalry charges. Thousands of horsemen thundered across the snow-covered battlefield. Their attacks smashed into Russian formations, disrupting the assault and buying precious time for Napoleon to reorganize his army. The charge did not produce complete victory. It prevented defeat. As darkness fell, neither army controlled the field decisively. Both sides had suffered enormous losses. Historians continue debating exactly who won the Battle of Eylau. Strategically, Napoleon retained possession of the battlefield. Psychologically, however, the battle carried a different message. For the first time in years, Europe saw that Napoleon's armies could be checked. They remained formidable. They were not invincible. Napoleon himself recognized the cost. Walking across the battlefield afterward, he witnessed thousands of dead and wounded soldiers scattered across the frozen ground. The sight deeply affected him. Although he rarely displayed emotion publicly, those close to him later recalled the solemn mood that followed the battle. War had always demanded sacrifice. Eylau revealed its terrible human price more clearly than almost any previous campaign. The conflict continued into the spring. Both armies regrouped. Fresh reinforcements arrived. Napoleon carefully prepared for another opportunity. That opportunity came in June 1807 near the town of Friedland. Russian forces crossed the Elbe River, believing they could defeat isolated French units before Napoleon concentrated his entire army. Instead, they found themselves confronting an increasingly powerful French force. Napoleon recognized the situation immediately. The river behind the Russian army restricted its freedom of movement. If the French attacked decisively before the Russians withdrew, the enemy might become trapped. He ordered an immediate offensive. Throughout the day, French infantry advanced methodically. Artillery inflicted heavy casualties. Marshal Ney launched powerful attacks against the Russian left flank. Gradually, French pressure increased across the battlefield. Russian commanders attempted to organize an orderly retreat. The river made such movement increasingly difficult. Bridges became overcrowded. Confusion spread. French artillery intensified its bombardment. By evening, the Russian army had suffered a decisive defeat, and like Eylau, Friedland left little doubt regarding the outcome. Napoleon had regained complete strategic superiority. Sir Alexander I recognized that continued fighting offered little immediate prospect of success. He therefore opened negotiations. The meeting that followed became one of the most remarkable diplomatic encounters of the age. Napoleon and Alexander I of Russia met upon a specially constructed raft floating in the middle of the Niemen River. The location symbolized equality. Neither emperor entered the territory of the other. Observers watched with fascination. The two young rulers represented the most powerful states on the European continent. Their conversation shaped the future of Europe. Accounts suggest that Napoleon immediately sought to impress Alexander with his intelligence, confidence, and vision. Alexander, only a few years younger than Napoleon, possessed charm, education, and considerable political ability. The two men quickly established a surprisingly cordial relationship. Whether genuine friendship truly developed remains debated. Mutual admiration certainly existed, at least temporarily. The resulting agreements became known as the Treaties of Tilsit. Signed in July 1807, they transformed European diplomacy. Russia accepted French dominance over much of Western and Central Europe. Prussia lost nearly half its territory. New political entities were created under Napoleon's influence, including the Duchy of Warsaw, which revived hopes for a future Polish state. France and Russia pledged cooperation. Britain found itself increasingly isolated. Napoleon appeared to have reached the summit of his power. From the Atlantic coast to the borders of Russia, his influence extended across much of continental Europe. Kings ruled because he allowed them to rule. Princes owed their positions to his decisions. His brothers and relatives occupied newly created thrones in several European countries. Few leaders in modern history had exercised comparable influence over so much of the continent. Many contemporaries believed Napoleon had become unstoppable. The emperor himself shared much of that confidence. Years of extraordinary success strengthened his belief in his own judgment. Repeated victories reinforced the conviction that bold action almost always produced favorable results. This confidence inspired remarkable achievements. It also carried hidden dangers. For every empire that rises, history asks the same question: can success continue forever? The answer would begin to emerge in the years ahead. At Tilsit, Napoleon stood closer to absolute power than ever before. Beyond that moment, however, new challenges awaited, challenges that military brilliance alone would not be enough to overcome. Chapter 22: The Height of the Empire, Spain, Portugal, and the Beginning of the Peninsular War 1807–1808. In the summer of 1807, Napoleon Bonaparte appeared to stand at the summit of power. Few rulers in European history had achieved so much in such a short period. France dominated continental politics. Austria had been defeated repeatedly. Prussia had suffered one of the greatest military disasters in its history. Russia, after the Treaty of Tilsit, had entered into an uneasy partnership with France. Across much of Europe, governments either allied themselves with Napoleon or accepted his authority because they possessed little alternative. His armies had marched from the Atlantic coast to the banks of the Niemen River. His legal reforms influenced governments far beyond France. His administrative system functioned efficiently. His prestige among soldiers remained extraordinary. Within France, many citizens viewed him as the man who had restored order after years of revolutionary chaos. To supporters, Napoleon seemed invincible. To his enemies, he appeared almost unstoppable. Yet history often reveals a dangerous truth. The moment when an empire appears strongest is sometimes the moment when the seeds of its decline have already begun to grow. Napoleon had always believed that security depended upon constant action. Waiting passively, in his view, invited danger. Every potential threat needed to be addressed before it matured. Every rival required careful attention. Every opportunity deserved consideration. This mindset had brought him remarkable success on the battlefield. Applied to politics, however, it sometimes encouraged decisions whose long-term consequences proved far more difficult to control. One of those decisions concerned his own family. Napoleon had never forgotten his Corsican roots. Despite becoming emperor, he remained deeply attached to his brothers and sisters. He believed that family members, if properly guided, would provide loyal rulers in territories under French influence. Rather than relying upon traditional European dynasties whose loyalty remained uncertain, Napoleon increasingly preferred placing his relatives on newly created thrones. He viewed the policy as practical. If Europe accepted governments led by members of the Bonaparte family, French influence would become more secure. His older brother Joseph had already served as King of Naples. His brother Louis became King of Holland. His brother Jerome later ruled the Kingdom of Westphalia. His sister Eliza governed parts of Italy. Other relatives received titles, lands, and important political positions. Napoleon expected them to govern effectively while remaining faithful to the broader interests of the French Empire. Reality proved more complicated. Some family members genuinely attempted to rule well. Others possessed little enthusiasm for the responsibilities Napoleon assigned to them. Joseph Bonaparte, for example, preferred diplomacy and administration to military conflict. He often sought compromise where Napoleon demanded firm action. Louis Bonaparte developed sympathy for the Dutch people and frequently placed Dutch interests above French policy. This frustrated Napoleon enormously. He expected obedience. His relatives sometimes exercised independence instead. The tension revealed an important weakness in Napoleon's imperial system. Family loyalty did not always guarantee political loyalty. While Napoleon managed affairs across much of Europe, one opponent remained unconquered: Britain. The Continental System continued attempting to isolate British commerce from European markets. Napoleon believed economic pressure would eventually weaken Britain's ability to finance coalitions against France. Yet one nation continued resisting this policy: Portugal. For centuries, Portugal had maintained a close commercial and political relationship with Britain. Portuguese merchants depended heavily upon British trade. The Portuguese government understood that severing these ties might seriously damage the national economy. Consequently, Portugal hesitated to enforce Napoleon's economic blockade. Napoleon interpreted this hesitation as defiance. He concluded that stronger measures had become necessary. During 1807, France and Spain secretly negotiated the Treaty of Fontainebleau. According to the agreement, French armies would pass through Spanish territory in order to invade Portugal. After Portugal's defeat, portions of the country would supposedly be divided according to arrangements favorable to both governments. At first glance, the plan appeared straightforward. French troops entered Spain. They continued toward Portugal. The Portuguese royal family, recognizing that resistance would likely fail, made an extraordinary decision. Rather than allowing themselves to be captured, they fled across the Atlantic Ocean to Brazil. Escorted by the British Navy, the royal court established itself in Rio de Janeiro. It marked one of the rare occasions in history when a European monarchy transferred its capital to one of its overseas colonies. French forces occupied Portugal with relatively little initial resistance. Napoleon had achieved another objective, or so it seemed. In reality, the movement of French troops into the Iberian Peninsula had created opportunities extending far beyond Portugal. Napoleon soon began questioning whether Spain itself should remain governed by the Bourbon monarchy. The Spanish government had become increasingly unstable. King Charles IV struggled to command widespread respect. Political influence often rested with his powerful minister, Manuel Godoy. Many members of the Spanish nobility disliked Godoy intensely. Economic difficulties had weakened confidence in the government. Tensions within the royal family continued increasing. Charles's son, Ferdinand, openly challenged his father's authority. The Spanish court became divided into rival factions. Napoleon observed these developments carefully. He concluded that Spain's internal divisions presented an opportunity. If the Bourbon dynasty could no longer govern effectively, perhaps a Bonaparte should replace it. This decision would become one of the greatest miscalculations of his entire career. Rather than merely occupying strategic positions, Napoleon gradually increased the number of French soldiers inside Spain. Important fortresses came under French control. Cities accepted growing French military presence. Spanish officials initially assumed these deployments related primarily to operations against Portugal. Gradually, however, suspicions intensified. Many Spaniards began wondering whether Napoleon possessed ambitions extending beyond Portuguese affairs. Events accelerated rapidly during the spring of 1808. Popular unrest erupted at Aranjuez. Supporters of Ferdinand revolted against King Charles IV and Manuel Godoy. Godoy was arrested. Charles abdicated the throne. Ferdinand became King Ferdinand VII. The succession, however, did not settle Spain's political crisis. Instead, it created an opportunity that Napoleon intended to exploit. He invited both Charles and Ferdinand to the French town of Bayonne. Officially, the purpose involved mediation. Napoleon presented himself as an impartial figure capable of resolving the dispute peacefully. The Spanish royal family accepted the invitation. Once they arrived in Bayonne, events unfolded very differently from what they had expected. Napoleon applied enormous political pressure. He persuaded Charles to renounce his previous abdication. He then convinced Ferdinand to surrender his own claim to the throne. One after another, members of the Bourbon dynasty relinquished their rights. The process became known as the Bayonne abdications. With remarkable political skill, Napoleon had effectively removed Spain's ruling family without fighting a major battle. The throne now stood vacant. Napoleon immediately selected its new occupant, his brother Joseph Bonaparte. Joseph accepted the crown reluctantly. And like Napoleon, he understood that legitimacy depended not only upon legal documents but also upon public acceptance. He recognized that many Spaniards would never willingly accept a foreign ruler imposed by another country. His concerns proved entirely justified. Throughout Spain, news of the Bayonne abdication spread rapidly. Confusion soon gave way to anger. Many citizens regarded Napoleon's actions not as constitutional reform, but as national humiliation. The removal of the Spanish royal family by foreign intervention deeply offended public opinion. Resistance began almost immediately. On May 2, 1808, the people of Madrid rose against the French occupation. The uprising, remembered as the Dos de Mayo, erupted spontaneously. Ordinary citizens armed themselves with whatever weapons they could obtain. Some carried muskets. Others used knives, farming tools, or improvised weapons. Women joined the resistance alongside men. Artisans fought beside laborers. Priests encouraged patriotic defiance. The uprising demonstrated that opposition extended far beyond the Spanish army. It reflected popular outrage. French troops responded with overwhelming force. Experienced soldiers gradually suppressed the rebellion. Street fighting filled Madrid with smoke and confusion. Barricades appeared throughout the city. Every intersection became a potential battlefield. French artillery fired into areas where resistance remained strongest. By evening, organized resistance had largely collapsed. The following day witnessed one of the darkest episodes of the occupation. French authorities ordered the execution of many captured rebels. Groups of prisoners were assembled and shot. The executions aimed to discourage further resistance. Instead, they produced the opposite effect. The events of May 2 and May 3 became powerful symbols of Spanish national resistance. Years later, the Spanish painter Francisco Goya immortalized these moments in two of the most famous paintings in European art. His works captured not military glory but the human suffering caused by war and occupation. They remain among history's most moving artistic representations of violence and resistance. The uprising in Madrid soon inspired revolts across Spain. Cities formed local governing councils known as juntas. These bodies declared their loyalty to Ferdinand and the Seventh rather than Joseph Bonaparte. Provincial governments organized resistance independently. Former political rivals united against the common foreign enemy. Napoleon had expected a change of dynasty. Instead, he had provoked a national uprising. The Spanish army alone might eventually have been defeated. The Spanish people proved far more difficult to conquer. Here, Napoleon encountered a form of warfare unlike anything he had previously faced. Instead of large armies meeting on open battlefields, countless small groups began attacking French forces unexpectedly. Supply wagons disappeared. Messengers vanished. Bridges were destroyed. Roads became dangerous. Small French detachments found themselves ambushed without warning. The attackers often disappeared into mountains or villages before larger French forces could respond. This style of irregular warfare eventually became known throughout Europe by its Spanish name, guerrilla. Meaning literally little war, guerrilla warfare depended upon mobility, local knowledge, surprise, and popular support rather than conventional military strength. Napoleon's armies excelled at defeating organized opponents. Guerrilla fighters refused to offer the decisive battles that French commanders preferred. Every village might conceal resistance. Every road might contain an ambush. Every civilian might provide information to insurgents. Occupation became extraordinarily expensive. Thousands of French soldiers who might otherwise have fought in Central Europe now remained tied down protecting roads, escorting supplies, and policing hostile territory. Britain immediately recognized the opportunity. And able to defeat Napoleon directly on the continent, British leaders saw Spain as the ideal place to challenge French power. British troops landed in Portugal under the command of Sir Arthur Wellesley, the future Duke of Wellington. And like many previous coalition commanders, Wellesley possessed exceptional military ability. Patient, disciplined, and highly intelligent, He would eventually become Napoleon's greatest opponent on land. The Peninsular War had begun. What Napoleon initially expected to be a brief political adjustment evolved into a prolonged conflict lasting 6 years. The struggle consumed enormous financial resources. It demanded hundreds of thousands of soldiers. It inflicted terrible suffering upon civilians throughout Spain and Portugal. Entire towns experienced repeated occupations. Agriculture declined. Trade suffered. Disease spread alongside military campaigns. The human cost proved immense. Napoleon himself initially underestimated the conflict. He believed decisive victories would quickly restore order. Instead, every apparent success produced new resistance elsewhere. French armies repeatedly captured cities only to discover that control of the countryside remained elusive. The emperor, who had defeated Austria, Prussia, and Russia, now found himself confronting an enemy that refused to fight according to traditional military rules. Years later, reflecting upon his reign from exile, Napoleon acknowledged the significance of the Spanish conflict. He described it as the Spanish ulcer. Like a wound that never fully healed, the war drained the strength of his empire year after year. It consumed soldiers who could not be replaced easily. It encouraged other European powers by demonstrating that French armies could be resisted. It provided Britain with a permanent foothold on the continent. Most importantly, it revealed that military conquest alone could not guarantee political obedience. A nation might lose battles. It could still refuse to surrender its identity. As 1808 progressed, Napoleon remained the most powerful ruler in Europe. His empire still stretched across vast territories. His armies continued winning spectacular victories elsewhere. Yet beneath that appearance of strength, new cracks had begun to form. The emperor had conquered kingdoms. He had underestimated the determination of ordinary people defending their homeland. The decision to intervene in Spain would become one of the defining mistakes of his career. It did not destroy his empire immediately, but it marked the beginning of a long and exhausting struggle from which France would never fully recover. Meanwhile, events in Central Europe were moving once again toward war. Austria had watched Napoleon become deeply involved in Spain. The Habsburg monarchy believed the moment had finally arrived to challenge the French Empire once more. A new coalition was preparing for battle. Napoleon would soon leave the mountains of Spain behind and return to the heart of Europe, where another great campaign and another legendary victory awaited him. Chapter 23: The War of the Fifth Coalition, Austerlitz, Wagram, and the Price of Victory 1809–1810. As the Peninsular War spread across Spain and Portugal, Napoleon remained convinced that the French Empire could overcome every challenge before it. French armies still occupied much of continental Europe. The Confederation of the Rhine remained loyal. The Kingdom of Italy acknowledged Napoleon's authority. The Duchy of Warsaw depended upon French protection. Prussia had been weakened severely after the disasters of Jena and Austerlitz. Russia, despite occasional disagreements, remained formally allied with France following the Treaty of Tilsit. To many observers, Napoleon's empire still appeared stronger than any European power had been in generations. Yet appearances could be deceptive. Beneath the surface, several warning signs had begun to emerge. The Continental System continued disrupting European trade. The Peninsular War demanded increasing numbers of soldiers. French casualties mounted year after year. Many experienced veterans remained tied down in Spain, fighting an enemy that refused to surrender. Across Europe, governments watched carefully. Among them, Austria waited with particular interest. The Habsburg monarchy had suffered repeated humiliation at Napoleon's hands. Defeats at Marengo, Ulm, and Austerlitz had reduced Austria's influence across Central Europe. The Treaty of Pressburg had forced painful territorial concessions. Many Austrian officers believed their nation's military reputation had been shattered. Yet Austria had not accepted permanent defeat. Instead, it began rebuilding. One of the leading figures behind these reforms was Archduke Charles, the emperor's younger brother and one of Austria's most capable military commanders. And like many European generals who dismissed Napoleon's methods, Archduke Charles studied them carefully. He recognized that the Austrian army could no longer rely upon outdated tactics. Training improved. Command structures became more flexible. Artillery received greater attention. Logistics were strengthened. Although Austria still faced enormous challenges, its army gradually became more capable than the one Napoleon had defeated in earlier campaigns. The Austrian government also recognized what appeared to be an ideal opportunity. Napoleon's attention remained divided. Large numbers of French soldiers were fighting in Spain. Resources were stretched. The emperor himself traveled frequently between military and political responsibilities. If Austria wished to challenge French dominance once again, this seemed the most favorable moment. In April 1809, Austria declared war. The conflict became known as the War of the Fifth Coalition. News reached Napoleon while he remained deeply involved in managing affairs related to Spain and the broader empire. His response reflected one of his greatest strengths: speed. Within days, preparations began. Orders traveled across France and Germany. Corps commanders assembled their forces. Supply depots became active. Messengers rode continuously between headquarters. Napoleon himself hurried toward the front. His ability to organize armies across enormous distances remained astonishing. Even critics acknowledged that few commanders in history could mobilize forces with comparable efficiency. The opening phase of the campaign proved more difficult than many of Napoleon's previous victories. Some French commanders misunderstood orders. Communication occasionally failed. Austrian advances achieved greater success than Napoleon had anticipated. For a brief period, confusion affected parts of the French army. Rather than allowing disorder to spread, Napoleon personally assumed direct control. As he had done repeatedly throughout his career, he restored coordination with remarkable speed. During the battles around Abensberg, Lanchet, Eckmühl, and Regensburg, French forces gradually regained the initiative. The Austrians fought stubbornly, but Napoleon's operational skill once again demonstrated its superiority. Archduke Charles withdrew toward Vienna. Only for years after his triumphant entry following the Ulm campaign, Napoleon entered the Austrian capital once more. Vienna had fallen again. Yet this campaign would prove very different from that of 1805. The Austrian army remained largely intact. Archduke Charles had no intention of surrendering quickly. Instead, he withdrew across the Danube River, preserving his forces for another decisive battle. Napoleon understood that destroying the Austrian field army remained essential. Capturing cities alone could not end the war. The Danube presented a formidable obstacle. Wide, powerful, and divided into multiple channels around numerous islands, the river complicated military operations enormously. Bridges became essential. Without secure crossings, Napoleon could not bring his full army against the Austrians. French engineers immediately began constructing pontoon bridges connecting the islands south of Vienna to the northern bank. The work demanded extraordinary precision. Floating bridges had to withstand powerful currents while carrying thousands of soldiers, horses, artillery pieces, and supply wagons. Engineers worked tirelessly. Napoleon closely supervised preparations. By May 1809, French forces began crossing the river. Initially, everything appeared successful. Then the Austrians struck. Archduke Charles had anticipated Napoleon's intentions. Rather than attacking during the crossing itself, he waited until significant French forces had reached the northern bank while others still remained south of the river. The French army became divided. Communication across the bridges grew increasingly difficult. At the villages of Aspern and Essling, fierce fighting erupted. The Battle of Aspern-Essling became one of the most important engagements of Napoleon's military career. For nearly 2 days, intense combat raged around the villages. French infantry defended houses, churches, and narrow streets. Austrian artillery bombarded French positions relentlessly. Repeated attacks surged back and forth across the battlefield. The Danube itself became another enemy. Floodwaters carried logs, boats, and debris downstream. These heavy objects repeatedly struck the fragile pontoon bridges. Several crossings collapsed. French reinforcements struggled to reach the battlefield. Supplies became increasingly difficult to deliver. Napoleon suddenly faced circumstances he had rarely encountered. His army could not maneuver freely. The battlefield constrained his greatest strengths. Throughout the fighting, both sides displayed remarkable courage. French marshals inspired their troops through personal example. Among them was Marshal Jean Lannes, one of Napoleon's oldest friends and one of his finest commanders. Lannes had served beside Napoleon since the Italian campaign. Fearless in battle and completely devoted to his emperor, he possessed extraordinary tactical skill. Napoleon trusted few men more completely. During the battle, Lannes directed operations under constant enemy fire. Then tragedy struck. An Austrian cannonball bounced across the battlefield, shattering both of Lannes's legs. He was carried from the front. Napoleon hurried to his friend's side. Witnesses later recalled the emperor sitting beside the wounded marshal with visible emotion. Despite every effort by military surgeons, Lannes's injuries proved fatal. Several days later, he died. His death deeply affected Napoleon. Throughout his career, the emperor had lost many soldiers. Lannes represented something different. He had been a trusted companion during Napoleon's rise from obscurity to imperial power. His loss created both personal grief and military disappointment. The battle itself ended inconclusively. Recognizing that continued fighting might destroy the isolated portion of his army, Napoleon ordered a withdrawal across the Danube. French troops retreated in relatively good order. The Austrians remained masters of the battlefield. Although they had not destroyed Napoleon's army, they had accomplished something unprecedented. For the first time in a major campaign, Napoleon had been forced to retreat after a pitched battle. Europe reacted immediately. Newspapers across the continent reported the news enthusiastically. Governments previously intimidated by Napoleon suddenly gained hope. Perhaps the emperor could be defeated after all. Napoleon himself viewed the setback differently. He accepted defeat with remarkable composure. Rather than allowing disappointment to dominate his thinking, he concentrated upon preparation. He believed the battle had been lost because circumstances had favored the Austrians, not because French military superiority had disappeared. The solution, therefore, lay in correcting previous weaknesses. Over the following weeks, enormous efforts transformed the battlefield. French engineers constructed stronger bridges. Additional supplies arrived. Fresh troops reinforced the army. Artillery accumulated in unprecedented numbers. Napoleon studied every detail of the earlier battle, searching for lessons. His willingness to learn from setbacks distinguished him from many commanders who blamed failure entirely upon chance or subordinates. By early July, preparations were complete. French forces crossed the Danube once again. This time, the operation proceeded far more successfully. Archduke Charles assembled his army near the village of Wagram. The battlefield stretched across broad plains northeast of Vienna. Unlike Ospernessling, the terrain allowed greater freedom of movement. Napoleon intended to exploit that advantage. The Battle of Wagram began on July 5, 1809. It quickly became one of the largest battles Europe had ever witnessed. More than 300,000 soldiers eventually participated. Thousands of cannon dominated the battlefield. Entire villages became centers of fierce fighting. Throughout the first day, neither side achieved a decisive advantage. French attacks encountered determined Austrian resistance. Austrian counterattacks threatened vulnerable sectors of Napoleon's line. The battle remained uncertain. Night brought only temporary relief. Both armies prepared for renewed combat at dawn. The second day proved decisive. Napoleon coordinated a series of carefully planned operations designed to break the Austrian center. One of the most remarkable moments came when General Jacques MacDonald received orders to advance in an enormous infantry formation. Supported by massive artillery bombardments, French soldiers moved steadily forward despite heavy enemy fire. The attack suffered terrible casualties, yet it achieved its purpose. Austrian formations gradually weakened. Simultaneously, Marshal Davout successfully attacked the Austrian flank. The combined pressure became overwhelming. Archduke Charles recognized that continued resistance risked complete destruction of his army. He ordered a retreat. Unlike Austerlitz, Wagram was not a brilliant masterpiece of deception. It was instead a battle of endurance, organization, and overwhelming concentration of force. Napoleon had prevailed, but victory had required enormous sacrifice. French casualties numbered in the tens of thousands. The army that marched away from Wagram remained victorious. It also bore visible signs of exhaustion. Austria once again sought peace. The resulting Treaty of Schönbrunn imposed severe terms. Territory was surrendered. Financial payments were demanded. French influence expanded further. Yet Napoleon recognized that military victories alone could not guarantee lasting stability. He increasingly considered diplomacy equally important. One diplomatic solution involved marriage. Napoleon's personal life had long attracted public attention. His marriage to Josephine de Beauharnais had survived years of separation, political transformation, and personal difficulties. She had accompanied him from his rise during the Revolution to his coronation as emperor. Despite genuine affection between them, one painful reality could no longer be ignored. They had produced no children together. For an emperor seeking to establish a lasting dynasty, the absence of an heir represented a serious political problem. Napoleon agonized over the decision. Friends observed that he remained emotionally attached to Josephine. She, too, understood the political necessity confronting them. In December 1809, they agreed to divorce. The ceremony proved deeply emotional. Both expressed mutual respect. Josephine reportedly wept openly. Napoleon himself struggled to conceal his feelings. Although their marriage ended legally, he continued treating her with generosity and affection throughout the remainder of her life. Political necessity had overcome personal attachment. Napoleon now searched for a new bride among Europe's ruling dynasties. Initially, he considered marrying into the Russian imperial family. When negotiations failed to produce agreement, attention shifted toward Austria. The proposal carried remarkable symbolism. Only months after defeating Austria at Wagram, Napoleon sought marriage with an Austrian archduchess. The Habsburg court accepted. In 1810, Napoleon married Archduchess Marie-Louise, the daughter of Emperor Francis I of Austria. The union astonished Europe. The revolutionary general who had once challenged Europe's monarchies had now married into one of its oldest royal families. The marriage appeared politically successful. Marie-Louise was young, well-educated, and respectful, and like Josephine, she soon became pregnant. On March 20, 1811, she gave birth to a son. Napoleon experienced immense joy. For years, he had desired a legitimate heir. Now that dream had become reality. The child received the title King of Rome. Throughout France, celebrations erupted. Church bells rang. Artillery fired ceremonial salutes. Public festivals marked the birth of the imperial heir. Napoleon believed he had secured the future of his dynasty. His empire appeared stronger than ever. He possessed military glory. He possessed political legitimacy. He possessed a hereditary successor. Yet beneath these triumphs, subtle weaknesses continued accumulating. The Peninsular War remained unresolved. The Continental System caused growing economic difficulties. Nationalism spread throughout occupied Europe. France increasingly relied upon soldiers from many different nations whose loyalty sometimes proved uncertain. The victories continued. The costs also continued. Looking back from later years, many historians identify 1809 as an important turning point. Napoleon remained victorious, but victory itself had become more expensive. Battles demanded greater sacrifices. Opponents learned from earlier defeats. The emperor who once overwhelmed Europe with swift campaigns now found each new conflict more demanding than the last. His empire still stood at extraordinary heights. Its foundations, however, were beginning to show the first unmistakable signs of strain. The greatest challenge of Napoleon's career had not yet arrived. It waited far to the east, beyond the rivers and forests of Central Europe, where an uneasy ally was gradually becoming a dangerous rival. Before long, Napoleon would make the decision that many historians regard as the beginning of his ultimate downfall. He would march into Russia. Chapter 24: The Road to Russia. The collapse of the Franco-Russian alliance 1807–1812. When Napoleon Bonaparte and Sir Alexander I met on the raft floating upon the Niemen River in July 1807, many Europeans believed they had witnessed the birth of a new political order. The two emperors appeared remarkably similar in several respects. Both were young. Both possessed extraordinary intelligence. Both had transformed the fortunes of their nations. Each understood the responsibilities of absolute power, and each believed he had been chosen by history to shape Europe's future. For a brief period, it seemed possible that France and Russia might govern the continent together. Napoleon admired Alexander's education, charm, and political instincts. Alexander, despite leading an army that Napoleon had defeated at Friedland, found himself impressed by the French emperor's confidence, energy, and military brilliance. The conversations between the two rulers were cordial, and contemporary observers noted the mutual respect that appeared to develop during their meetings. The treaties of Tilsit reflected this new relationship. Russia recognized Napoleon's dominance over much of Western and Central Europe. France accepted Russia's interests in parts of Eastern Europe. The two empires pledged cooperation against their common enemies. For Napoleon, the agreement solved one of his greatest strategic concerns. As long as Russia remained friendly, France would not need to fight a devastating war on two distant fronts. Alexander also believed the agreement offered advantages. Russia had suffered repeated military defeats during earlier campaigns. Peace provided valuable time to rebuild the Russian army, strengthen the economy, and reconsider long-term strategy. Neither emperor imagined that within 5 years they would command opposing armies in one of history's greatest military catastrophes. The alliance contained serious weaknesses from the beginning. Although Napoleon and Alexander respected one another personally, their ambitions were fundamentally different. Napoleon sought to reshape Europe according to French interests. Alexander wished to preserve Russia's influence while maintaining the traditional balance of power. As long as these goals appeared compatible, cooperation remained possible. Gradually, however, they began to collide. One of the earliest sources of tension involved the Continental System. Napoleon remained convinced that Britain's greatest strength lay not only in its navy but also in its economy. British merchants conducted business across the world. Factories produced enormous quantities of manufactured goods. Banks financed international trade. If Britain could be isolated economically from Europe, Napoleon believed financial pressure might accomplish what military invasion could not. The Continental System therefore became the cornerstone of French foreign policy. Every ally, satellite state, and conquered territory was expected to prohibit trade with Britain. In theory, the system appeared logical. In practice, it proved extraordinarily difficult to enforce. The European economy had become deeply interconnected. British manufactured goods remained highly desirable. Colonial products such as sugar, coffee, tea, cotton, tobacco, and spices often reached Europe through British shipping. Merchants who suddenly lost access to these goods suffered serious financial losses. Consumers found familiar products increasingly scarce. Prices rose. Smuggling flourished. Across thousands of kilometers of European coastline, countless ships continued conducting illegal commerce. Entire communities depended upon smuggling for survival. Local officials frequently ignored violations. Some even participated in them. Napoleon responded with increasing determination. New decrees strengthened enforcement. Customs officers received broader authority. Ships suspected of violating the blockade faced confiscation. Warehouses storing British merchandise were searched. Goods were seized and publicly destroyed. The emperor believed strict enforcement would eventually succeed. Instead, resistance continued growing. Russia experienced particular difficulties. And like France, Russia depended heavily upon exports of grain, timber, hemp, flax, and other raw materials. British merchants represented many of Russia's best customers. When trade declined, Russian landowners lost substantial income. The Russian economy suffered. Members of the aristocracy complained openly. Many wealthy nobles believed Napoleon's policies benefited France far more than Russia. Alexander listened carefully. As emperor, he understood that political stability required consideration of powerful economic interests. He had agreed to the Continental System partly because of his alliance with Napoleon. Increasingly, however, he questioned whether the policy served Russia's long-term interests. By 1810, Russia quietly began relaxing enforcement. British goods once again entered Russian markets through indirect routes. Neutral ships carried merchandise. Smuggling expanded dramatically. French officials protested repeatedly. Napoleon interpreted Russia's behavior as a violation of the agreements reached at Tilsit. Alexander viewed his decisions differently. He believed he was protecting the Russian economy from unnecessary hardship. Neither ruler fully appreciated how differently the other interpreted the situation. Economic disagreements soon merged with political concerns. Napoleon continued reorganizing Europe according to his own strategic vision. New kingdoms appeared. Old states disappeared. Boundaries shifted repeatedly. Every adjustment strengthened French influence. Each also created new anxieties among neighboring governments. Russia watched these developments with increasing unease. Particularly troubling was the Duchy of Warsaw. Created after the defeat of Prussia in 1807, the duchy represented the partial restoration of a Polish state. For many Polish patriots, Napoleon became a symbol of hope. Poland had disappeared from the political map after being partitioned by Russia, Prussia, and Austria during the late 18th century. Now, under French protection, portions of Polish territory once again possessed their own government. Polish soldiers joined Napoleon enthusiastically. They believed continued French victories might eventually restore full Polish independence. Alexander viewed the situation from a very different perspective. Large areas of the former Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth now belonged to the Russian Empire. If Napoleon expanded the Duchy of Warsaw further, nationalist movements might spread into Russian territory. The possibility deeply concerned Russian officials. Although Napoleon repeatedly denied any immediate intention of restoring the entire Polish kingdom, many Russians remained unconvinced. Suspicion gradually replaced trust. Another dispute soon intensified the growing tension. In 1810, Napoleon annexed the Duchy of Oldenburg. At first glance, the territory appeared relatively unimportant. Its political significance, however, was considerable. The Duke of Oldenburg belonged to Alexander's extended family. By annexing the duchy without consulting Russia, Napoleon unintentionally insulted the Russian emperor personally. Alexander regarded the action as evidence that Napoleon no longer respected Russian interests. Diplomatic correspondence became noticeably colder. The friendly language that had characterized earlier exchanges disappeared. Mutual confidence steadily declined. The marriage of Napoleon to Marie-Louise of Austria also affected Russian perceptions. Only a few years earlier, Napoleon had considered marrying one of Alexander's sisters. Those negotiations had ultimately failed. When Napoleon instead married an Austrian archduchess, many Russians interpreted the union as evidence that France and Austria were moving closer together politically. Alexander wondered whether Russia might eventually become isolated. Although no immediate alliance against Russia existed, uncertainty continued growing. Meanwhile, the Peninsular War absorbed enormous French resources. British armies under Arthur Wellesley, Viscount Wellington, steadily improved their position in Portugal and Spain. French victories became more difficult. Guerrilla warfare continued draining manpower. Napoleon nevertheless remained convinced that his empire possessed sufficient strength to manage several challenges simultaneously. His confidence had been reinforced by years of extraordinary success. Repeated victories often encouraged the belief that future victories would naturally follow. This confidence, while understandable, sometimes reduced his willingness to appreciate genuine dangers. By 1811, relations between France and Russia had deteriorated significantly. Both governments continued exchanging diplomats. Officially, peace remained in effect. Unofficially, military preparations had already begun. Alexander ordered improvements to Russian fortifications. The army expanded recruitment. Training intensified. Officers studied previous campaigns against Napoleon carefully. The Russian high command understood that another war might soon become unavoidable. Napoleon reached similar conclusions. He increasingly believed that Russia intended to abandon the Continental System entirely. If that occurred, Britain would regain unrestricted access to one of Europe's largest markets. The entire economic strategy upon which Napoleon had based much of his foreign policy would collapse. He concluded that decisive action might prevent greater difficulties later. Many historians have debated whether war between France and Russia could still have been avoided. Some argue that continued diplomacy might eventually have produced compromise. Others believe the ambitions of the two empires had become fundamentally incompatible. Whatever possibilities existed, neither ruler ultimately chose them. Instead, both prepared for conflict. Napoleon now undertook the greatest military mobilization of his entire career. Never before had Europe witnessed an army of comparable size. The force became known as the Grande Army of 1812. Despite sharing the same name as earlier French armies, this army differed significantly in composition. It represented not only France but much of Napoleon's empire. French soldiers remained its largest component. Alongside them marched Italians, Poles, Dutch, Belgians, Germans from numerous states, Swiss, Croats, and soldiers from several other regions. More than 20 nationalities served beneath the imperial eagle. Altogether, approximately 600,000 men eventually participated in the campaign, making it the largest invasion force assembled in European history up to that time. The logistical challenge bordered upon the unimaginable. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers required food every day. Tens of thousands of horses consumed enormous quantities of grain and forage. Artillery demanded ammunition. Engineers transported bridge-building equipment. Medical personnel prepared hospitals. Blacksmiths repaired equipment. Bakers produced bread. Thousands of wagons carried supplies across immense distances. Napoleon believed careful planning could overcome these difficulties. Enormous depots were established along the invasion route. Millions of food rations accumulated. Thousands of draft animals were gathered. Maps were studied carefully. Roads were surveyed. Engineers examined rivers that might require bridging. No detail appeared too small for consideration. Yet even the most thorough preparation possessed limits. No logistical system of the early 19th century could reliably sustain an army of such unprecedented size across the vast spaces of the Russian Empire. Some of Napoleon's senior commanders quietly expressed concern. Marshal Louis-Alexandre Berthier, Napoleon's indispensable chief of staff, recognized the enormous administrative complexity of the operation. Marshal Devout, one of the army's most disciplined commanders, emphasized the importance of supply. Other officers worried about climate, distance, and communication. Napoleon listened to these concerns. He remained convinced that rapid victory would solve most logistical problems. His previous campaigns had generally ended quickly. He expected another decisive battle that would force Alexander to negotiate. The Russian emperor reached different conclusions. Alexander had studied Napoleon's earlier victories. He understood that confronting the French emperor in a single decisive battle often ended disastrously. Instead, Russian planners increasingly considered another approach. If necessary, they would retreat. They would preserve their armies. They would exchange territory for time. The immense size of Russia might become its greatest defensive weapon. Distance itself could exhaust an invading army. Neither Napoleon nor Alexander desired to appear weak. Both believed national honor required firmness. Both feared that concessions might encourage future aggression. As diplomatic language hardened, opportunities for peaceful compromise gradually disappeared. Across Europe, governments watched anxiously. Many recognized that if France and Russia fought, the consequences would extend far beyond the two empires themselves. Trade would suffer. Alliances might collapse. Borders could once again be redrawn. The balance of power established after Tilsit stood on the edge of destruction. In the spring of 1812, Napoleon completed his final inspections. He reviewed regiments stretching farther than the eye could easily see. Rows of infantry stood in immaculate formation. Cavalry horses stamped impatiently. Cannons gleamed in the sunlight. Veterans remembered Austerlitz, Jena, Friedland, and Wagram with confidence. Young recruits dreamed of glory. Polish soldiers hoped their homeland might finally be restored. German contingents marched because their rulers had pledged support to France. Italian units followed the emperor they admired. Officers spoke many different languages, yet all served within the same enormous army. Napoleon looked upon this magnificent force with understandable pride. Never had he commanded so many men. Never had his empire appeared more powerful. He believed one decisive campaign would compel Russia to return to the alliance and preserve the European order he had created. Alexander looked eastward with equal determination. He understood that the coming struggle might determine not only the future of Russia but the future of Europe itself. Two emperors, two vast empires, two incompatible visions of continental leadership. The alliance born upon a peaceful raft at Tilsit had dissolved into suspicion, rivalry, and preparation for war. Soon, the largest army Europe had ever seen would cross the Niemen River. The campaign that followed would transform Napoleon from an apparently invincible conqueror into a ruler whose fortunes had begun their irreversible decline. The road to Moscow lay ahead. Chapter 25, The Russian Campaign, Part 1. From the Niemen to the Gates of Borodino, June-September 1812. In the early hours of June 24, 1812, Napoleon Bonaparte stood near the banks of the Niemen River, watching as thousands of soldiers prepared to cross into the Russian Empire. The moment was filled with symbolism. 5 years earlier, this same river had witnessed one of the greatest diplomatic triumphs of Napoleon's career. After the victory at Friedland, he and Sir Alexander I had met upon a raft floating on the Niemen, promising friendship and cooperation between France and Russia. Now, the alliance born upon those waters had come to an end. Instead of diplomats crossing the river in peace, hundreds of thousands of soldiers crossed it in war. Napoleon surveyed the immense columns stretching across the countryside. The Grande Army represented the largest military force ever assembled in Europe up to that point in history. Its size alone inspired astonishment. Historians continue debating the exact numbers because reinforcements arrived throughout the campaign, while detachments operated independently. Nevertheless, approximately 600,000 men participated in the invasion in one form or another. No previous European commander had attempted to lead such an enormous army so deeply into enemy territory. The force reflected the extraordinary reach of Napoleon's empire. French soldiers formed the largest contingent, but they marched beside troops from almost every corner of continental Europe. There were Polish cavalrymen who dreamed that Napoleon would restore a fully independent Poland. Italian infantry advanced beneath imperial banners. Dutch regiments marched beside Germans from Bavaria, Saxony, Württemberg, Westphalia, and the Confederation of the Rhine. Swiss units served with discipline that had long earned them admiration throughout Europe. Croatian, Belgian, and other allied contingents completed the multinational army. The soldiers spoke different languages. They came from different cultures. Many had never seen one another before, yet all marched under Napoleon's command. To supporters, the army represented the unity of Europe under French leadership. To critics, it reflected an empire sustained by conquest and political pressure. Napoleon himself appeared confident. He believed the campaign would resemble many earlier victories. His strategy remained familiar: advance rapidly, defeat the principal Russian army in one decisive battle, occupy an important city, compel Tsar Alexander to negotiate peace. This approach had succeeded repeatedly against Austria and Prussia. Napoleon expected it to succeed once again. Before the invasion began, he reportedly declared that the campaign would conclude within a matter of weeks. Many officers shared his optimism. Few imagined that they were beginning one of history's greatest military disasters. As French engineers completed temporary bridges across the Niemen, Napoleon crossed into Russian territory. He paused briefly, looking eastward across the vast landscape. He is said to have remarked that the die had been cast. Whether those exact words were spoken remains uncertain, but the sentiment accurately reflected the significance of the moment. There could be no easy return. The invasion had begun. Initially, progress appeared encouraging. Russian border positions offered little resistance. French cavalry advanced quickly. Villages fell without serious fighting. Maps suggested that important objectives lay ahead. Many officers expected the Russians to defend their frontier vigorously. Instead, they withdrew. Napoleon welcomed this development. He believed the enemy intended to retreat only temporarily before offering battle. Each day, however, the Russian armies continued moving farther east. This unexpected strategy had been developed primarily by the senior commanders. One was General Michael Andreas Barclay de Tolly. Although born into a family of Baltic German origin, Barclay had devoted his career to Russian military service. Highly intelligent and disciplined, he understood the enormous risks of confronting Napoleon directly. The second important commander was Prince Pyotr Bagration. Bagration enjoyed widespread popularity among Russian soldiers because of his courage and battlefield leadership. Initially, these two armies operated separately. Napoleon hoped to destroy them individually before they united. The Russian commanders understood the danger. Whenever possible, they avoided becoming trapped. They retreated steadily while attempting to preserve their forces. This strategy frustrated Napoleon enormously. His military genius depended upon decisive engagement. Every day without battle increased the logistical burden facing the Grande Army. Distance itself gradually became one of Russia's most powerful weapons. Western Europe differed greatly from Russia. In Germany, Italy, and much of France, armies marched through regions filled with towns, farms, and well-developed road networks. Supplies could often be obtained locally. In Russia, the situation proved dramatically different. The distances between settlements became increasingly vast. Roads often consisted of little more than dirt tracks. Bridges remained scarce. Maps frequently lacked precision. Communication became slower with every passing day. Napoleon had established enormous supply depots before the invasion. Despite these preparations, maintaining food and equipment for hundreds of thousands of men across such immense distances soon became nearly impossible. The first major difficulties appeared far earlier than expected. Summer heat surprised many soldiers. Contrary to popular imagination, the Russian campaign did not begin amid snow and ice. Instead, the early months were marked by intense heat, heavy dust, and exhausting marches beneath the summer sun. Men carrying heavy equipment struggled across endless roads. Horses weakened rapidly. Water sometimes became scarce. Disease spread through crowded camps. Dysentery and typhus appeared among exhausted troops. Medical services, despite careful preparation, could not adequately care for so many sick soldiers. Many never reached a battlefield. They simply collapsed beside the roads. The horses suffered equally. Napoleon's military system relied heavily upon cavalry and artillery. Each cannon required teams of horses. Supply wagons depended upon draft animals. As forage became scarce, thousands of horses died from exhaustion, hunger, or disease. Every dead horse reduced the army's mobility. Every abandoned wagon meant fewer supplies reaching the front. The losses accumulated quietly, almost invisibly, long before major battles occurred. Napoleon continued urging speed. He believed rapid movement remained essential. If the Russian army could be forced into battle soon, victory might solve many logistical problems. The soldiers marched harder. The distances grew longer. The supply columns fell farther behind. Russian commanders observed these developments carefully. Barclay de Tolly understood that every kilometer deeper into Russia favored the defenders. His strategy attracted fierce criticism. Many Russian officers regarded constant retreat as dishonorable. Some accused him of cowardice. Others argued that abandoning territory without battle weakened public confidence. Patriotic opinion demanded resistance. The Russian nobility grew increasingly impatient. Alexander himself faced political pressure. Yet Barclay insisted that preserving the army mattered more than defending individual cities. An army destroyed could not protect Russia. Territory abandoned might eventually be recovered. His judgment reflected remarkable strategic discipline. Napoleon interpreted the repeated retreats differently. He believed the Russians feared battle because they doubted their own strength. Every retreat appeared to confirm his expectation that a decisive engagement must soon occur. In reality, the Russians were deliberately reshaping the campaign according to their own strategic priorities. One of the most controversial aspects of the Russian defense involved the destruction of resources. As they withdrew, Russian forces often removed or burned food supplies, warehouses, mills, and fodder that might benefit the advancing French. Villagers drove livestock away. Grain stores disappeared. Bridges were destroyed. The policy became known as the scorched earth strategy. Its purpose was simple. If Napoleon could not feed his army from the surrounding countryside, his logistical difficulties would become far more severe. The policy imposed terrible hardships upon Russian civilians. Families abandoned homes they had occupied for generations. Fields remained uncultivated. Entire communities suffered. Many accepted these sacrifices because they believed defending Russia required extraordinary measures. The French army marched into increasingly empty landscapes. Instead of finding abundant provisions, soldiers frequently discovered deserted villages. Food became scarce. Bread rations declined. Horses searched unsuccessfully for pasture. Officers struggled to maintain discipline among increasingly hungry troops. Some soldiers wandered away from their units seeking food. Many never returned. Desertion increased. Others fell victim to Cossack patrols. The Cossacks occupied a unique place within Russian military tradition. Drawn largely from frontier communities, they excelled in reconnaissance, raiding, and irregular warfare. Rather than confronting the French army in large conventional battles, they attacked isolated detachments, captured stragglers, and harassed supply lines continuously. French soldiers soon learned to fear their sudden appearance. A lone traveler or small group moving behind the main army faced serious danger. The Cossacks rarely attempted to destroy Napoleon's main force. Instead, they steadily weakened it through constant pressure. The psychological effect proved significant. No road seemed entirely safe. Napoleon advanced through Vilnius, hoping to reorganize his army after the difficult opening weeks. The city offered temporary shelter and administrative facilities. Unfortunately, the logistical situation remained disappointing. Supplies arrived more slowly than anticipated. Medical services became overwhelmed. Many soldiers remained too exhausted to continue immediately. Thousands had already been lost without a major battle. The emperor expressed growing irritation. He demanded greater efficiency from his subordinates. Yet many problems resulted not from incompetence but from the unprecedented scale of the operation itself. No commander in European history had attempted to sustain an army of such size across such distances. The campaign resumed. The army pushed toward Vitebsk. Napoleon again hoped that the Russians would finally stand and fight. Once more, they withdrew. Each retreat increased the frustration of French commanders. Several marshals urged Napoleon to halt the advance before supply problems became irreversible. Others insisted that one more march might bring the decisive battle everyone expected. Napoleon chose to continue. He remained convinced that Alexander could not retreat indefinitely. Eventually, he believed, political pressure would compel the Russians to defend an important city. That city appeared to be Smolensk. Smolensk ranked among Russia's oldest and most respected cities. Its massive medieval walls dominated the surrounding landscape. The city possessed both military and religious significance. For centuries, it had served as an important gateway to Moscow. Russian commanders recognized its symbolic value. At last, substantial resistance emerged. In August 1812, French forces approached Smolensk. Heavy fighting erupted around the city. Artillery bombarded ancient walls. Buildings caught fire. Smoke covered the skyline. French infantry launched determined assaults. Russian defenders resisted fiercely. Street fighting spread through sections of the city. The bombardment caused widespread destruction. Churches, homes, and public buildings suffered severe damage. Eventually, Russian commanders concluded that preserving the army remained more important than defending Smolensk itself. During the night, they withdrew. French troops entered the ruined city. Napoleon had captured an important objective. Yet once again, the principal Russian army escaped. The emperor's disappointment grew. He had expected Smolensk to produce the decisive battle he sought. Instead, it yielded another costly advance. Although the French occupied the city, their strategic position had not improved significantly. Casualties mounted. Supplies continued diminishing. The Russians remained capable of fighting. Inside Russia, criticism of Barclay de Tolly intensified. Many influential figures argued that constant retreat could no longer continue. Public opinion demanded a commander who would defend Moscow. Alexander finally decided upon a change. He appointed one of Russia's most experienced military leaders as commander-in-chief. Field Marshal Mikhail Kutuzov assumed responsibility for the defense of the empire. Kutuzov possessed decades of military experience. He had fought against the Ottoman Empire. He had survived severe battlefield wounds earlier in his career. He understood both European warfare and Russian political expectations. And like Barclay, he enjoyed widespread popularity among soldiers and civilians alike. Many Russians greeted his appointment with enthusiasm. They believed he would finally halt Napoleon's advance. Kutuzov appreciated the wisdom behind Barclay's earlier strategy. He also recognized the growing political necessity of offering battle. Retreat alone could not sustain national morale indefinitely. Sooner or later, the Russian army would have to confront Napoleon. Kutuzov therefore searched carefully for ground where such a battle might be fought. After examining several possibilities, he selected a position near the small village of Borodino, approximately 70 miles west of Moscow. Engineers immediately began strengthening the defensive line. Earthworks rose across the hills. Artillery positions were prepared. Infantry occupied carefully selected locations. The Russian army settled into position. Napoleon received reports that the enemy had finally stopped retreating. After weeks of exhausting marches, frustration, disease, hunger, and uncertainty, the decisive battle he had sought since crossing the Niemen seemed at last within reach. His officers greeted the news with cautious optimism. Many believed that one great victory would end the campaign. Napoleon himself remained confident. He had defeated larger armies before. He trusted the experience of his marshals. He believed the Grande Army, despite its losses, still possessed the discipline necessary to achieve decisive success. Neither side fully understood that the battle about to begin would become one of the bloodiest single days in the history of the Napoleonic Wars. Borodino awaited. There, on a battlefield west of Moscow, two of the greatest armies Europe had ever assembled would collide in a struggle whose consequences would echo far beyond the smoke and thunder of cannon fire. Chapter 26. The Russian Campaign, Part 2. Borodino, the burning of Moscow, and the Emperor's greatest miscalculation. September-October 1812. On the evening of September 6, 1812, the fields around the small Russian village of Borodino fell unusually quiet. For nearly 3 months, Napoleon Bonaparte had pursued the Russian army across immense distances. His soldiers had marched through heat, dust, rain, hunger, and exhaustion. They had crossed rivers, captured cities, and watched thousands of comrades disappear from disease, starvation, desertion, and constant skirmishes. Yet despite all these hardships, the decisive battle Napoleon had sought since crossing the Niemen River had remained just beyond his reach. Now, at last, it stood before him. Across gently rolling hills, forests, fields, streams, and villages stretched the Russian army under Field Marshal Mikhail Kutuzov. The defensive position had been carefully selected. It blocked the principal road leading toward Moscow, the spiritual heart of Russia. Kutuzov understood that another retreat without battle might weaken public confidence beyond repair. Napoleon understood that another Russian withdrawal might doom his campaign. Both commanders recognized that the following day could determine the future of Europe. As darkness settled across the countryside, campfires appeared throughout both armies. French soldiers prepared their weapons. Artillery crews inspected cannons and ammunition. Cavalrymen checked saddles and harnesses. Military surgeons arranged improvised hospitals behind the lines, fully aware that thousands of wounded men would soon require treatment. Priests moved quietly through the camps, offering prayers and hearing final confessions. Many soldiers wrote brief letters home. Some would never have another opportunity. Napoleon spent much of the evening studying maps and receiving reports from his marshals. He examined the Russian defensive system carefully. The enemy had constructed several important field fortifications. On the Russian left stood a series of arrow-shaped earthworks that became known as the Bagration Fletches, named after Prince Pyotr Bagration, who commanded that sector of the battlefield. Near the center stood another powerful defensive position. It became famous as the Great Redoubt. The earthworks protected large numbers of artillery pieces capable of inflicting terrible casualties upon attacking troops. Napoleon considered several possible plans. Ultimately, he chose a massive frontal assault supported by repeated attacks against key defensive positions. Some historians have questioned this decision. Throughout much of his earlier career, Napoleon had preferred maneuver over direct confrontation. At Borodino, however, circumstances limited his options. The Russian position stretched across favorable terrain. Time worked increasingly against the French. Napoleon believed decisive action had become necessary. On the Russian side, Kutuzov prepared his soldiers for the coming battle. He rode along the lines, speaking to officers and encouraging the men. Many Russian soldiers believed they were defending not merely a military position but their homeland, their families, and their faith. Religious icons were carried through the ranks. Prayers echoed across the camps. Patriotism and religious conviction blended together. The defenders understood that the road behind them led directly to Moscow. At dawn on September 7, 1812, the silence disappeared. Shortly after sunrise, hundreds of artillery pieces opened fire almost simultaneously. The sound rolled across the countryside like continuous thunder. Smoke quickly covered much of the battlefield. Within minutes, visibility began to disappear beneath drifting clouds of gunpowder. The Battle of Borodino had begun. Napoleon directed his opening attacks toward the Russian left flank. Marshal Louis-Nicolas Devout, among the finest corps commanders in the French army, received responsibility for leading much of the initial assault. Beside him operated Marshal Michel Ney, whose courage had earned him the nickname the bravest of the brave. Marshal Joachim Murat commanded much of the cavalry. Prince Eugene de Beauharnais, Napoleon's stepson, prepared attacks farther north. Each commander understood that success depended upon careful coordination. The fighting around the Bagration fletches became almost unimaginably violent. French infantry advanced across open ground under devastating artillery fire. Entire formations disappeared beneath exploding cannonballs. Russian muskets fired continuously. French soldiers nevertheless continued climbing toward the earthworks. Once they reached the fortifications, brutal hand-to-hand combat erupted. Bayonets flashed, swords clashed. Men fought with rifle butts, knives, and bare hands. Control of the positions changed repeatedly. The French captured portions of the earthworks. Russian counterattacks drove them back. French reinforcements advanced once more. Again and again, the struggle continued. No side showed any willingness to retreat. Prince Bagration inspired extraordinary determination among his troops. Moving constantly along the front lines, he encouraged resistance despite the growing danger. Eventually, however, he suffered a severe wound caused by artillery fragments. His removal from the battlefield deeply affected Russian morale. Although the defenders continued fighting bravely, one of their most respected commanders had fallen. Bagration's wound later proved fatal. His death became one of Russia's greatest military losses during the campaign. Napoleon observed developments from elevated ground behind the French lines. Throughout the battle, couriers arrived continuously carrying reports from every sector. Orders departed almost immediately. The emperor remained remarkably calm. Years of command had taught him to avoid emotional reactions during combat. Yet several officers later noticed that he appeared physically less energetic than in earlier campaigns. Some historians believe Napoleon suffered from illness during Borodino. Others argue that fatigue accumulated after months of campaigning. Whatever the explanation, several contemporaries observed that his behavior lacked the extraordinary energy displayed at battles such as Austerlitz or Jena. Around midday, attention shifted toward the Great Redoubt. This powerful earthwork dominated the center of the Russian defensive line. Dozens of artillery pieces protected the position. French commanders recognized that as long as the redoubt remained in Russian hands, further advances would remain extremely difficult. Napoleon ordered renewed attacks. Prince Eugene's corps advanced first. Heavy artillery bombarded the earthworks. Infantry moved steadily forward despite terrible casualties. Russian defenders answered every assault with determined resistance. The battlefield became increasingly covered with smoke, broken equipment, wounded horses, abandoned cannon, and fallen soldiers. Finally, after repeated assaults, French cavalry under General Auguste de Caulaincourt joined the attack. Displaying extraordinary courage, the cavalry charged directly toward the redoubt. Many riders fell before reaching the fortifications. Others succeeded in breaking into the position. Intense fighting erupted inside the earthworks themselves. Caulaincourt was killed during the assault. His soldiers nevertheless secured the position. The Great Redoubt had fallen. Elsewhere across the battlefield, combat continued without interruption. Entire villages changed hands repeatedly. Artillery consumed enormous quantities of ammunition. Military musicians attempted to maintain order amid the confusion by sounding commands through drums and bugles. Officers struggled to keep formations intact while smoke obscured visibility. The battlefield stretched for miles. No commander could observe everything simultaneously. Each decision depended upon incomplete information. During the afternoon, Napoleon confronted one of the most debated moments of his entire military career. Several marshals urged him to commit the Imperial Guard. The Guard represented the elite of the French army. Its soldiers possessed exceptional training, discipline, and loyalty. Throughout previous campaigns, Napoleon had often held the Guard in reserve until decisive moments. Now, many believed that one final assault by these veteran troops might completely destroy the Russian army. Napoleon refused. His reasoning has remained the subject of historical debate for more than 2 centuries. Some historians argue that he feared risking his last reliable reserves so far from France. Others believe illness affected his judgment. Some suggest that uncertainty regarding the true strength of the remaining Russian forces encouraged caution. Napoleon himself later defended the decision. He believed that an emperor should never gamble away his final reserve without absolute necessity. Whether that judgment proved wise remains controversial. Had the Guard attacked, perhaps the Russian army would have collapsed. Perhaps the Guard itself would have been destroyed. History offers no certain answer. By late afternoon, Russian resistance gradually weakened. Kutuzov recognized that further fighting might destroy his army completely. Although the Russians had not been routed, their losses had become enormous. The field marshal therefore decided upon withdrawal. During the night, Russian forces quietly retreated eastward. Technically, Napoleon had won the Battle of Borodino. The Russians abandoned the battlefield. The road toward Moscow now lay open. Yet victory had come at an extraordinary price. Modern estimates vary, but historians generally conclude that approximately 70,000 soldiers became casualties during the battle. French and Allied forces likely lost between 30 and 35,000 men killed, wounded, or missing. Russian losses probably exceeded 40,000. Few battles of the Napoleonic era produced such horrifying destruction within a single day. Medical facilities became overwhelmed immediately. Surgeons worked without rest. Anesthesia did not yet exist. Amputations became tragically common. Thousands of wounded men lay for hours awaiting treatment. Many died from blood loss, infection, or exposure. The battlefield itself presented a scene of devastation difficult to describe. Broken artillery, dead horses, ruined villages, fields covered with abandoned equipment, and everywhere, the human cost of war. Napoleon entered the battlefield after the fighting ended. Witnesses recalled him riding silently among the wounded and the dead. And like many earlier victories celebrated with enthusiasm, Borodino inspired little joy. The emperor had gained the battlefield. He had not destroyed the Russian army. The campaign continued. Kutuzov withdrew steadily toward Moscow. Within his command, fierce discussions erupted. Some officers wished to defend the ancient capital. Others argued that preserving the army remained more important than preserving the city. After careful consideration, Kutuzov reached a painful conclusion. Moscow would be abandoned. The decision shocked many Russians. For centuries, Moscow had represented far more than a political center. Although St. Petersburg served as the imperial capital, Moscow remained the historic heart of the nation. Its churches, monasteries, palaces, and ancient walls symbolized Russian identity itself. Yet Kutuzov believed sacrificing the city offered the only realistic hope of eventually defeating Napoleon. As Russian forces departed, many civilians also fled. Some remained. Most carried away whatever possessions they could transport. Government offices evacuated. Warehouses emptied where possible. The city gradually fell silent. On September 14, 1812, Napoleon entered Moscow. He expected a formal delegation. Traditionally, conquered cities greeted victorious rulers with representatives offering the keys to the city. No delegation appeared. No officials welcomed him. No surrender ceremony took place. Instead, Napoleon found streets largely deserted. Many buildings stood empty, and an uneasy silence filled the city. The emperor established his headquarters in the Kremlin. From its ancient walls, he looked across one of Europe's greatest cities. He believed the campaign had effectively ended. Surely, he reasoned, Tsar Alexander would now negotiate. After all, the French occupied Moscow. What greater incentive for peace could exist? Napoleon waited. One day passed. Then another. No message arrived. Alexander remained silent. The Tsar had already made one of the most consequential decisions of his reign. He would not negotiate, no matter how painful the losses. No matter that Moscow had fallen, Russia would continue fighting. That very evening, new disaster emerged. Small fires appeared in different parts of the city. Initially, they attracted little attention. Fires frequently occurred in 19th-century cities built largely from wood. Soon, however, the situation changed dramatically. Strong winds spread the flames. Additional fires erupted in separate districts almost simultaneously. The blaze intensified rapidly. Napoleon watched in disbelief as enormous sections of Moscow disappeared beneath smoke and fire. Explosions echoed through the city. Warehouses burned. Homes collapsed. Churches caught fire. Entire neighborhoods vanished beneath towering flames visible for miles. The emperor himself was forced temporarily to leave the Kremlin because the surrounding fires threatened even that ancient fortress. Who burned Moscow has remained a subject of historical discussion. Many historians conclude that Russian officials deliberately organized parts of the destruction before abandoning the city, intending to deny shelter and supplies to the French. Others argue that accidental fires, looting, abandoned buildings, and high winds contributed significantly. Whatever the precise causes, the consequences proved catastrophic. Much of Moscow was destroyed. Instead of finding comfortable winter quarters and abundant supplies, Napoleon discovered ruins. Food remained scarce. Shelter became limited. Discipline weakened. Looting spread. The city that Napoleon believed would secure victory instead became another burden. Still he waited. Each morning, he expected a letter from Alexander. Each evening, disappointment returned. Days became weeks. No peace proposal arrived. Inside the Kremlin, Napoleon faced a reality unlike any he had encountered before. Every previous enemy had eventually negotiated after suffering decisive defeat. Alexander refused. The Russian emperor understood something Napoleon had not yet fully accepted. Capturing Moscow did not mean conquering Russia. The Russian army remained intact. The government continued functioning. The people continued resisting. Winter approached steadily. Each passing day strengthened Russia's position while weakening France's. Napoleon had won the greatest battle of the campaign. He had occupied Russia's most famous city. Yet the victory brought neither peace nor security. Instead, it marked the beginning of the greatest catastrophe of his military career. The road into Russia had seemed difficult. The road home would prove far worse. Far beyond the burning ruins of Moscow, snow would soon begin falling. With it would come hunger, freezing temperatures, relentless pursuit, and the destruction of the greatest army Napoleon had ever commanded. Chapter 27, The Russian Campaign, Part 3, The Retreat from Moscow, The Crossing of the Berezina, and the Destruction of the Grande Army October-December 1812. For more than a month after entering Moscow, Napoleon Bonaparte waited for a message that never came. Each morning, he expected a diplomatic envoy from Sir Alexander I. Each evening, disappointment settled more deeply over the Kremlin. The emperor remained convinced that no ruler could willingly sacrifice a city as important as Moscow without eventually seeking peace. He misunderstood his opponent. Alexander had already reached a firm decision. He informed his advisors that there would be no negotiations while foreign troops occupied Russian soil. Even if Moscow had fallen, Russia itself had not surrendered. The army remained intact. New recruits continued to gather. Supplies were moving eastward. Time, climate, and distance had become Russia's greatest allies. Napoleon found himself trapped by his own success. He had captured the city that symbolized Russian history, but the political result he expected never materialized. Every day spent waiting weakened his position. The army consumed precious supplies. Horses continued to die. Winter moved steadily closer. His marshals increasingly urged immediate withdrawal. Some officers believed the army should retreat while roads remained relatively passable. Others hoped that moving south might lead them into richer agricultural regions where food and forage remained available. Napoleon listened to these proposals carefully, but hesitated. Throughout his career, hesitation had rarely characterized his leadership. He preferred decisive action. Yet in Moscow, uncertainty replaced certainty. Should he continue waiting for diplomacy? Should he march farther into Russia? Should he retreat immediately? Every option carried serious risks. By mid-October, the answer became unavoidable. No peace offer would arrive. The army could not remain indefinitely among the burned ruins of Moscow. On October 19, 1812, Napoleon finally ordered the retreat. The decision marked the beginning of one of the most tragic military withdrawals in world history. The Grande Army that departed Moscow still appeared formidable at first glance. Thousands of soldiers remained under arms. Artillery accompanied the columns. Imperial banners still flew proudly. The emperor continued riding among his troops. Yet appearances concealed the harsh reality. The army leaving Moscow was no longer the magnificent force that had crossed the Niemen River for months earlier. Disease, starvation, combat, exhaustion, and desertion had already reduced its strength dramatically. The retreat itself would destroy much of what remained. Napoleon initially hoped to march south toward Kaluga. This route offered several advantages. The countryside had not yet been devastated by earlier campaigning. Food supplies appeared more abundant. Fresh forage might save the surviving horses. The army could recover before continuing westward. Kutuzov anticipated this possibility. Near the town of Maloyoroslavets, Russian forces blocked Napoleon's path. Fierce fighting erupted. The town changed hands repeatedly during intense combat. Buildings burned. Streets filled with smoke. Neither side achieved complete tactical dominance. Strategically, however, the Russians succeeded. Napoleon concluded that continuing south would require another major battle under uncertain conditions. After careful consideration, he made a fateful decision. The army would retreat along the same road it had used during the advance toward Moscow. The choice appeared practical, and fortunately, that road had already been stripped of food, livestock, and shelter. Villages lay in ruins. Fields had been harvested or burned. Storehouses stood empty. Every mile westward revealed landscapes devastated by months of war. The soldiers marched into desolation. Within days, the weather changed dramatically. During the first weeks of the campaign, heat and dust had exhausted the army. Now freezing temperatures replaced summer sunshine. The first snowfall covered the countryside with deceptive beauty. Many French soldiers greeted the sight cheerfully. Some had never experienced a Russian winter. Few understood what awaited them. The snow soon deepened. Roads disappeared beneath ice. Wagons became trapped. Horses slipped and collapsed. The cold intensified relentlessly. Although stories often describe the retreat as beginning in extreme winter conditions immediately after leaving Moscow, the reality proved more gradual. Cold weather increased steadily. Repeated cycles of freezing and thawing transformed roads into nearly impassable stretches of mud and ice. Then temperatures dropped sharply. By November, many nights became brutally cold. Thousands of soldiers lacked proper winter clothing. Their uniforms had been designed for European campaigns, not the severe climate of Russia. Boots wore out. Gloves remained scarce. Blankets disappeared. Many wrapped their feet in pieces of cloth or animal skins. Others attempted to keep warm by burning abandoned wagons or dismantling wooden buildings. The cold spared no one. Officers suffered beside ordinary soldiers. Generals wrapped themselves in whatever clothing they could obtain. Even Napoleon often rode wearing heavy fur garments. The emperor's famous gray overcoat remained, but beneath it he layered additional protection against the freezing winds. Hunger quickly became even more dangerous than the weather. Food supplies collapsed almost completely. The logistical system had ceased functioning effectively. Supply wagons had been abandoned or captured. Draft animals had died. Roads became blocked by broken equipment. The countryside offered little assistance. Soldiers searched desperately for anything edible. They slaughtered exhausted horses. Frozen meat became a valuable resource. Some men boiled leather belts or saddles in hopes of extracting nourishment. Others searched abandoned villages for forgotten grain, potatoes, or vegetables. Many found nothing. Starvation weakened discipline. military formations gradually dissolved. Instead of organized units marching together, increasing numbers of soldiers traveled in scattered groups. Stragglers fell behind daily. Many lacked the strength to continue. Those who sat beside the road to rest often never stood again. Exhaustion claimed thousands of lives. Disease spread relentlessly. Typhus, dysentery, pneumonia, and countless infections devastated the retreating army. Medical services, already overwhelmed during the advance, could no longer function adequately. Hospitals had been abandoned. Medical wagons disappeared. Surgeons lacked instruments, medicines, and shelter. The wounded suffered terribly. Many who might have survived under normal circumstances died during the retreat. Frostbite introduced another terrible enemy. Fingers blackened. Toes froze. Noses and ears became permanently damaged. Some soldiers awoke unable to move their hands. Others lost their feet entirely. Military surgeons performed amputations whenever possible. Without proper facilities, many patients died from shock or infection. Meanwhile, the Russian army maintained relentless pressure. Kutuzov understood that nature itself had become one of his greatest allies. He did not seek unnecessary large-scale battles. Instead, Russian forces followed the retreating French, attacking vulnerable detachments whenever opportunities appeared. Cavalry raids increased. Artillery struck isolated columns. Infantry occupied important positions ahead of the retreat. Perhaps the most feared opponents were the Cossacks. Mounted upon hardy horses accustomed to the harsh climate, the Cossacks excelled in mobile warfare. They rarely attempted to destroy the main French army directly. Instead, they hunted isolated soldiers, captured supply wagons, and attacked weakened rear guards. French soldiers soon learned that falling behind even briefly could prove fatal. The mere appearance of Cossack cavalry often spread panic among exhausted troops. The retreat became not simply a military withdrawal but a continuous struggle for survival. One day's march blended into the next. Snow, cold, hunger, exhaustion, attack. Another march. Another night beneath freezing skies. Another morning counting those who had failed to awaken. Napoleon worked constantly to preserve order. He rode among the columns, encouraging soldiers and issuing new instructions. His presence still inspired many veterans. Whenever the emperor appeared, exhausted men often struggled back into formation. Yet even Napoleon's extraordinary leadership could not overcome every obstacle. The army itself seemed gradually to dissolve. One important objective remained ahead: Smolensk. During the advance toward Moscow, Napoleon had hoped the city would become a major logistical center. Now, he believed surviving supplies stored there might rescue the retreating army. As the soldiers approached Smolensk in November, expectations rose. Perhaps food awaited them. Perhaps shelter. Perhaps relief. The reality proved deeply disappointing. The supplies available could not satisfy the enormous number of starving men arriving almost simultaneously. Distribution became chaotic. Discipline weakened further. Many soldiers rushed warehouses in desperation. Others found nothing. The brief halt failed to restore the army. Instead, it merely delayed the continuing retreat. Napoleon realized that reaching the western frontier remained the only realistic hope. The next great challenge appeared at the Berezina River. The Berezina was neither the widest nor the deepest river Napoleon had crossed during his career. Under ordinary circumstances, it might have presented only moderate difficulty. In November 1812, however, it became the site of one of the most dramatic episodes of the entire campaign. Russian armies moved from several directions. If they succeeded in trapping Napoleon beside the river, the Grande Army might cease to exist entirely. Bridges had already been destroyed. Ice covered portions of the water but remained too thin to support large numbers of soldiers or heavy artillery. The situation appeared desperate. Napoleon turned to one of the finest engineering corps in Europe. General Jean-Baptiste Ebel commanded the French pontooniers, specialists responsible for constructing military bridges. Earlier in the campaign, many officers had suggested abandoning bridge-building equipment to lighten the army's burden. Elba had quietly ignored portions of those orders. He preserved essential tools, nails, and portable forges whenever possible. That decision now became invaluable. Working in freezing water under constant danger, French engineers began constructing two pontoon bridges. The conditions proved almost unbearable. Many engineers stood waist-deep in icy currents for hours. Their hands became numb. Their clothing froze. Several died from exposure shortly after completing their work. Yet they continued. Without them, escape would have been impossible. The bridges were completed. The crossing began. Artillery rolled slowly across the narrow structures. Infantry followed. Cavalry urged exhausted horses forward. Civilian refugees mixed with soldiers. Thousands crowded both banks simultaneously. Order became increasingly difficult to maintain. Russian artillery soon discovered the crossing points. Shells exploded among tightly packed columns. Panic erupted. Some wagons overturned. Horses plunged into the river. Soldiers attempted to swim through freezing water. Many drowned immediately. Others disappeared beneath floating ice. The bridges themselves suffered repeated damage. Engineers repaired them continuously despite enemy fire. For 3 days, the crossing continued almost without interruption. Napoleon managed to bring much of his remaining army safely across. Countless others remained trapped on the eastern bank. When Russian forces approached in overwhelming strength, the bridges finally had to be destroyed to prevent pursuit. Thousands of soldiers and civilians still waited desperately to cross. Many were captured. Others attempted impossible escapes through the freezing river. The tragedy of the Berezina entered European memory as a symbol of disaster, courage, sacrifice, and survival. Although Napoleon escaped encirclement, the cost remained horrifying. Among those whose reputation grew enormously during the retreat was Marshal Michel Ney. Ney had already earned admiration for his courage during previous campaigns. Now, he displayed qualities that transformed him into legend. Repeatedly commanding the rear guard, Ney protected the retreating army against Russian attacks. His small force fought almost continuously. Whenever one defensive position became impossible to hold, Ney organized another. At one point, many believed he had been killed or captured. Instead, he reappeared after leading survivors through forests, rivers, and enemy patrols. Napoleon reportedly embraced him upon his return. The emperor declared that he had never met a braver man. From that time forward, Ney became known throughout Europe as the bravest of the brave. By early December, the remnants of the Grande Army staggered toward the western frontier. The transformation shocked everyone who witnessed it. The magnificent multinational army that had crossed into Russia during June had almost ceased to exist. Of the hundreds of thousands who had begun the invasion, only a fraction remained capable of military service. Many had died. Others had been wounded, captured, deserted, or simply vanished amid the endless hardships of the retreat. The losses extended far beyond human lives. Thousands of horses had disappeared. Most artillery had been abandoned. Equipment lay scattered across hundreds of miles. The prestige of Napoleon's military invincibility had suffered its greatest blow. Napoleon himself faced another urgent concern. Reports from France suggested growing political uncertainty. Rumors of his death had already circulated during the campaign. A failed coup attempt in Paris, led by General Claude François de Mollet while falsely claiming Napoleon had died in Russia, revealed how quickly uncertainty could threaten the stability of the empire. The emperor concluded that his presence in France had become essential. Leaving Marshal Joachim Murat in temporary command of the surviving army, Napoleon departed secretly on December 5, accompanied by a small escort. Traveling rapidly across Europe, he reached Paris after an exhausting journey. Many citizens expressed relief upon seeing him alive. His return reassured the government. Yet no public ceremony could conceal the scale of the catastrophe. Europe understood what had happened. For years, Napoleon had appeared invincible. Now the greatest army he had ever assembled had been shattered. Kings who had feared him began reconsidering their positions. Prussia sensed opportunity. Austria watched carefully. Britain welcomed the news with satisfaction. Russia celebrated what many regarded as a miraculous deliverance. Historians have long debated the principal causes of Napoleon's failure in Russia. Winter alone did not destroy the Grande Army. The campaign had already begun to unravel before the harshest cold arrived. Enormous distances, inadequate logistics, disease, starvation, the scorched earth strategy, Russian leadership, continuous cavalry harassment, and the refusal of Tsar Alexander to negotiate all contributed significantly. The winter magnified every existing weakness. It did not create them. Napoleon himself later reflected frequently upon the Russian campaign during his exile. He continued believing that a decisive victory early in the invasion might have changed history. Whether that belief was justified remains uncertain. What is beyond dispute is that the campaign fundamentally transformed the balance of power in Europe. The emperor escaped. His empire survived, but it would never again possess the overwhelming strength it had displayed before crossing the Niemen River. The disaster of 1812 inspired hope among Napoleon's enemies. Across Europe, governments prepared for another coalition. This time, they intended not merely to contain the French Empire, but to destroy it. The struggle that followed would involve the largest battle Europe had ever seen before the 20th century. It would be fought not in Russia, but in the heart of Germany. There, amid the fields surrounding Leipzig, the fate of Napoleon's empire would begin to be decided. Chapter 28: The War of the Sixth Coalition, Germany, the Battle of Nations, and the Collapse of Napoleon's European Empire 1813. When Napoleon Bonaparte returned to Paris in December 1812, he immediately understood that the Russian campaign had changed Europe forever. For nearly a decade, his victories had shaped the political map of the continent. Kings had accepted his demands because they feared his armies. Governments had signed treaties after suffering decisive defeat. His marshals had marched from Lisbon to Warsaw, from Amsterdam to Rome, establishing French influence across an empire unlike any Europe had witnessed since the age of Charlemagne. Now that image of invincibility had disappeared. The retreat from Russia had not destroyed France itself. It had destroyed certainty. For the first time, European rulers believed that Napoleon could be defeated permanently. That belief would prove as important as any army. Despite the catastrophe in Russia, Napoleon refused to surrender to despair. His energy remained astonishing. Only days after returning to Paris, he resumed working almost without rest. Government ministers attended meetings late into the night. Military officials received endless instructions. Factories increased the production of muskets, cannons, uniforms, and ammunition. Recruitment officers traveled across France calling thousands of young men into military service. The emperor understood that speed remained essential. If France could rebuild its armies before the coalition fully organized itself, another series of victories might restore the balance of power. His administrative abilities once again amazed both supporters and opponents. Within only a few months, Napoleon assembled another large army. Many historians consider this achievement extraordinary. No other European government of the period possessed the administrative machinery capable of replacing losses on such a scale so rapidly. Yet the new army differed greatly from the one that had crossed into Russia. The experienced veterans who had survived Austerlitz, Jena, Friedland, Wagram, and numerous other campaigns had largely disappeared. Many lay buried beneath Russian snow. Others remained prisoners. Thousands had died during the retreat. Their places were now filled by young recruits. Some were barely out of adolescence. Many had received only limited military training. The French people soon gave these inexperienced soldiers a sympathetic nickname. They became known as the Marie-Louise, because many had been called into service during the regency of Empress Marie-Louise while Napoleon remained absent. These young men possessed courage. What they lacked was experience. Veteran soldiers knew how to remain calm beneath artillery fire. They understood battlefield discipline. They recognized when to advance and when to hold their position. Experience could not be created overnight. Napoleon understood this better than anyone. Nevertheless, circumstances left him little choice. Europe was preparing for another war. The first nation to act was Prussia. Since its devastating defeat at Jena and Austerlitz in 1806, Prussia had undergone remarkable transformation. Military reformers such as Gerhard von Scharnhorst and August Neidhart von Gneisenau had reorganized the army from top to bottom. Training improved. Promotion increasingly rewarded ability rather than noble birth. Reserve forces expanded. National patriotism became a central element of military planning. The humiliation suffered under Napoleon had inspired determination rather than permanent submission. The Russian victory encouraged Prussia to act. In early 1813, King Frederick William III of Prussia announced the nation's return to war. His famous proclamation, "To my people," called upon ordinary citizens to join the struggle against French domination. The response exceeded expectations. Students volunteered, farmers enlisted, merchants contributed money and supplies, former officers returned to service. For many Germans, the conflict became more than another dynastic war. It became a struggle for national liberation. This growing spirit of nationalism represented one of Napoleon's unintended legacies. Ironically, the French Revolution had introduced ideas of citizenship, national identity, and popular sovereignty. As Napoleon expanded his empire, those same ideas inspired resistance among the peoples living under French influence. In Germany, increasing numbers of citizens no longer viewed themselves simply as subjects of individual princes. They began thinking of themselves as Germans. Similar developments appeared elsewhere across Europe. Napoleon had spread revolutionary ideals even while ruling as an emperor. The contradiction would eventually weaken his empire. Russia and Prussia quickly formed a new alliance. Their combined armies prepared to confront Napoleon in central Germany. The emperor did not wait for them. As always, he preferred taking the initiative. In the spring of 1813, he marched eastward with his newly assembled army. Although many of his soldiers lacked experience, Napoleon still possessed enormous confidence in his own abilities. He remained convinced that superior leadership could compensate for other weaknesses. The first major confrontation occurred near the villages of Lutzen in May 1813. The Allied commanders hoped to surprise Napoleon before his forces fully concentrated. Instead, they encountered the emperor himself directing operations with remarkable energy. The battle proved fierce. Young French recruits experienced their first taste of large-scale combat. Many fought bravely despite heavy casualties. Napoleon moved continuously across the battlefield, reinforcing threatened sectors and exploiting opportunities whenever they appeared. By evening, the Allies withdrew. The French had won another victory. Only weeks later, another major battle took place at Bautzen. Once again, Napoleon defeated the combined Russian and Prussian armies. His tactical brilliance remained undeniable. He maneuvered skillfully. His artillery proved effective. French infantry attacked with determination. The Allies retreated once more. Yet something important had changed. Neither Lutzen nor Bautzen resembled Austerlitz or Jena. The coalition armies escaped largely intact. Napoleon had won battles. He had not destroyed his enemies. Several reasons explain this difference. The new French cavalry remained much weaker than before Russia. Thousands of experienced cavalry horses had perished during the retreat. Without strong cavalry, pursuing retreating enemies became extremely difficult. In earlier campaigns, cavalry often transformed battlefield victory into strategic disaster for the defeated army. Now many Allied soldiers escaped successfully. Napoleon himself recognized the problem. He reportedly remarked after Bautzen that he had won the battle but lacked sufficient cavalry to exploit the victory. During the summer, both sides accepted an armistice. Many contemporaries believed negotiations might still produce peace. Diplomats met. Proposals circulated. Compromises were discussed. Napoleon hoped Austria would remain neutral. The Austrian Emperor, Francis I, occupied an especially difficult position. He was both ruler of Austria and Napoleon's father-in-law through the marriage to Marie-Louise. Personally, he wished to avoid another devastating war. Politically, Austria's interests increasingly conflicted with French expansion. Austria's foreign minister, Clemens von Metternich, played a central role in the negotiations. Metternich possessed exceptional diplomatic skill, and like many politicians who relied primarily upon military strength, he preferred careful balance between competing powers. He met Napoleon personally at Dresden during the armistice. Their conversation became famous. Metternich urged moderation. He suggested that France could preserve much of its influence by accepting certain territorial concessions. Napoleon rejected the proposal. He believed yielding territory after military victories would encourage further demands. The discussion grew increasingly heated. At one point, Napoleon reportedly accused Metternich of caring little for the lives of soldiers. Metternich answered calmly that a statesman sometimes had to think beyond individual battles. The meeting ended without agreement. War resumed. Austria joined Russia, Prussia, Britain, Sweden, and several smaller states. The coalition against Napoleon had become stronger than ever before. The Allied commanders also adopted an important new strategy. It became known as the Trachenberg Plan. Its central idea was remarkably simple: avoid fighting Napoleon whenever possible. Instead, attack his marshals. The coalition recognized Napoleon's extraordinary battlefield abilities. Whenever he personally commanded an army, defeating him remained extremely difficult. His marshals, although talented, generally lacked his unique combination of speed, intuition, and operational brilliance. Therefore, Allied armies withdrew whenever Napoleon approached. Elsewhere, they concentrated against isolated French commanders. The strategy required considerable discipline. Several Allied generals naturally wished to defeat Napoleon directly. Political leaders insisted upon patience. The results gradually justified the plan. Napoleon continued winning important battles. His marshals suffered repeated defeats. French forces became increasingly scattered. Communications weakened. Supplies grew more difficult. The coalition steadily expanded its numerical advantage. One of Napoleon's last great victories occurred at Dresden in August 1813. The Allied armies attacked the city while Napoleon remained nearby. Reacting with characteristic speed, he concentrated his forces and launched powerful counterattacks. Heavy rain complicated the battle. Artillery struggled through muddy ground. Despite difficult conditions, Napoleon achieved a brilliant victory. Thousands of Allied soldiers became casualties. Many historians regard Dresden as one of the emperor's finest tactical performances. Yet once again, strategic success proved incomplete. Almost immediately afterward, French forces operating elsewhere suffered serious reverses. General Dominique Vandamme pursued retreating Allied troops too aggressively. Near Calm, his isolated corps became surrounded. Unable to escape, thousands of French soldiers were killed or captured. The coalition's strategy continued working. Napoleon won. His empire nevertheless weakened. Throughout late summer and early autumn, additional setbacks accumulated. Marshal Nicolas Oudinot failed during an attempt to advance toward Berlin. Marshal Michel Ney later attempted the same objective. He too suffered defeat. Every failure encouraged additional German states to reconsider their loyalty to France. The Confederation of the Rhine, once one of Napoleon's greatest diplomatic achievements, began showing signs of collapse. Autumn brought the decisive campaign. The coalition assembled enormous armies near the city of Leipzig in Saxony. Napoleon concentrated his remaining forces. The confrontation promised to become the largest battle Europe had ever witnessed. Between October 16 and October 19, 1813, more than 500,000 soldiers fought around Leipzig. The conflict became known as the Battle of Nations because so many different peoples participated. French troops fought beside Poles, Italians, Dutch, Belgians, and Germans still loyal to Napoleon. Opposing them stood Russians, Prussians, Austrians, Swedes, and numerous German contingents. Never before had Europe seen armies of such size assembled on one battlefield. The fighting extended across villages, rivers, forests, and open countryside. Artillery thundered continuously. Columns of infantry advanced and retreated. Cavalry charged repeatedly across smoke-covered fields. Entire communities disappeared beneath the violence. Napoleon directed operations with his usual determination. Despite being outnumbered, he repeatedly shifted reserves to threatened sectors. French soldiers resisted with remarkable courage. During the opening days, the outcome remained uncertain. The coalition gradually brought fresh troops into the battle. Napoleon possessed few comparable reinforcements. One dramatic event symbolized the changing fortunes of the empire. Several Saxon units fighting within Napoleon's army suddenly changed sides during the battle. Instead of continuing to fire upon the coalition, they turned their artillery against the French. The unexpected defection shocked nearby soldiers. Although it did not alone determine the battle's outcome, it revealed a profound truth. Many former allies no longer believed Napoleon could protect them. Political loyalty dissolved alongside military strength. As Allied pressure increased from every direction, Napoleon recognized that remaining at Leipzig risked complete encirclement. He ordered a retreat. Initially, the withdrawal proceeded relatively well. Then disaster struck. French engineers prepared to destroy an important bridge across the Ulster River after the army had crossed. Through misunderstanding or confusion, the bridge exploded too early. Thousands of French soldiers remained trapped inside Leipzig. Among them was Marshal Joseph Poniatowski, the Polish commander whom Napoleon had promoted to marshal only days earlier. Attempting to escape across the river despite serious wounds, Poniatowski drowned. Thousands of additional soldiers surrendered. The retreat became far more costly than necessary. The Battle of Leipzig ended in decisive Allied victory. Napoleon withdrew toward France. The consequences reached far beyond the battlefield. German states abandoned the Confederation of the Rhine. French authority east of the Rhine collapsed rapidly. The Netherlands prepared to break away. Italian territories became increasingly uncertain. Across Europe, governments that had once feared Napoleon now openly opposed him. For the first time since becoming emperor, Napoleon found himself defending France rather than expanding its borders. Yet even after Leipzig, he refused to surrender. His determination remained extraordinary. He believed that one final campaign, fought upon French soil itself, might still preserve the empire. Many observers considered such hopes unrealistic. Those who knew Napoleon best understood that he would continue fighting as long as any possibility remained. The struggle now entered its final and most personal stage. The war that had begun years earlier on distant battlefields would soon reach the villages, rivers, and cities of France. There, during the remarkable campaign of 1814, Napoleon would display some of the greatest military skill of his entire career. But even genius cannot always overcome overwhelming numbers. Europe had united against him as never before, and the armies marching toward Paris intended not merely to defeat the emperor in battle. They intended to remove him from power forever. Chapter 29. The Campaign of France, the Fall of Paris, and Napoleon's First Abdication 1814. By the beginning of 1814, the war that Napoleon Bonaparte had carried across Europe for nearly 15 years had reached the borders of France itself. For more than a decade, French citizens had watched military campaigns unfold in Italy, Germany, Austria, Prussia, Spain, Portugal, Poland, and Russia. The battles had taken place hundreds or even thousands of kilometers from Paris. Although French families had mourned fathers, sons, and brothers lost in distant lands, the towns and villages of France had remained largely untouched by foreign invasion. That reality was about to change. The disastrous retreat from Russia had encouraged Napoleon's enemies to unite as never before. The victory at Leipzig had broken French control over Germany. The Confederation of the Rhine had collapsed. Former allies now joined the coalition against France. Britain continued financing the war. Russian armies marched westward with growing confidence. Prussia sought revenge for years of humiliation. Austria, once Napoleon's reluctant ally through marriage, had returned to the battlefield. By January 1814, hundreds of thousands of Allied soldiers crossed the Rhine River. For the first time since the early years of the French Revolution, foreign armies entered French territory in overwhelming strength. The coalition possessed an enormous numerical advantage. The principal Allied forces were commanded by three experienced leaders. The Army of Bohemia, under the Austrian Field Marshal Karl Philipp, Prince of Schwarzenberg, advanced from the southeast. The Army of Silesia, commanded by the determined Prussian Field Marshal Gebhard Lebrecht von Blücher, entered France from the northeast. Supporting armies under Russian, Austrian, Prussian, and other commanders pressed forward across multiple fronts. Together they outnumbered Napoleon by a considerable margin. France had suffered immense losses since 1812. Experienced officers remained. Experienced soldiers did not. Recruitment had emptied villages of young men. Factories struggled to supply uniforms, weapons, horses, and ammunition. The French economy bore the scars of continuous warfare. Many citizens longed simply for peace. Napoleon nevertheless refused to surrender. Although his empire was shrinking rapidly, his confidence in his own military abilities remained unshaken. He famously declared that the enemy believed they were fighting a defeated man, but he intended to prove that he still knew how to win. Despite commanding an army much smaller than those of his opponents, Napoleon retained one extraordinary advantage. He remained Napoleon. His understanding of maneuver warfare, speed, concentration of force, and battlefield psychology had not diminished. If he could move rapidly enough between separated Allied armies, he might defeat them individually before they united. It was a strategy he had employed successfully many times before. The difference now lay in the numbers. Every French victory would have to be nearly perfect. Every defeat might become irreversible. The campaign began near Brienne in late January. Brienne held special significance for Napoleon. More than 30 years earlier, he had studied there as a young cadet at the military academy. Now he returned not as a student but as Emperor of France, defending his homeland from foreign invasion. The Battle of Brienne was fought under difficult winter conditions. Snow covered the countryside. Frozen roads complicated movement. Napoleon launched determined attacks against Blücher's army. The fighting continued into the night. At one point, Cossack cavalry nearly captured Napoleon himself. The emperor narrowly escaped. Although the French achieved a tactical success, the victory remained incomplete. The Allied armies continued advancing. Only days later, Napoleon confronted Schwarzenberg's larger army near La Rothiere. And like Brienne, La Rothiere ended in defeat for France. The Allies possessed overwhelming numerical superiority. Heavy snowstorms reduced visibility. Artillery became difficult to maneuver through mud and ice. French troops fought courageously but gradually yielded ground. Napoleon withdrew in good order, preserving his army for future operations. Many Allied commanders believed the campaign had already been won. They underestimated the men they pursued. Napoleon observed that Schwarzenberg and Blücher often operated separately. Their armies remained connected politically but not always tactically. This separation presented an opportunity. Instead of defending Paris directly, Napoleon chose an offensive unlike anything Europe expected. He would strike repeatedly at isolated enemy corps before they could support one another. The result became known as the 6 Days Campaign. Military historians continue to study it as one of the greatest demonstrations of operational maneuver ever conducted by a commander facing superior numbers. Beginning on February 10, Napoleon attacked near Kemptobert. Russian forces under General Ulcefev found themselves isolated. French troops struck with overwhelming speed. The Russian formation collapsed. Thousands of prisoners were captured. The victory restored confidence throughout the French army. The following day, Napoleon turned toward Montmirail. Again he moved with astonishing speed. Blucher attempted to concentrate his scattered forces, but Napoleon consistently reached individual enemy detachments first. At Montmirail, French infantry, cavalry, and artillery coordinated brilliantly. The Allies were defeated once more. Their retreat became increasingly disorganized. Without allowing his opponents time to recover, Napoleon pursued them toward Château-Thierry. French cavalry charged repeatedly. Bridges became scenes of desperate fighting. The retreating Allied forces suffered additional losses while attempting to cross the Marne River. Napoleon then turned once more against Blucher. At Vachem's, French cavalry under Marshal Grouchy and other commanders relentlessly pursued retreating Prussian formations. The battlefield stretched across snow-covered fields as exhausted soldiers struggled to escape. By the campaign's conclusion, Napoleon had inflicted a remarkable series of defeats upon armies that had greatly outnumbered his own. Within only 6 days, he had transformed an apparently hopeless military situation into one that astonished Europe. Even his enemies expressed admiration. One Russian officer reportedly remarked that Napoleon still fought like the master of war. Yet the victories concealed an unavoidable truth. Napoleon could defeat individual Allied corps. He could not destroy the coalition itself. Every French casualty mattered enormously. The Allies possessed larger reserves. Fresh reinforcements continued arriving. When one army suffered defeat, another continued advancing elsewhere. The coalition had also learned from earlier campaigns. Political disagreements remained, but military cooperation steadily improved. Their determination never weakened. While Napoleon hurried from battlefield to battlefield, ordinary French civilians experienced war in ways they had not imagined. Villages became military headquarters. Churches served as hospitals. Farmers watched armies cross their fields. Food supplies were requisitioned by both sides. Homes sheltered wounded soldiers. Families fled approaching battles. Many civilians had once celebrated Napoleon's victories abroad. Now they witnessed the consequences of prolonged war upon their own soil. Some continued supporting the emperor. Others quietly wondered whether peace required his departure. Throughout March 1814, Napoleon continued fighting with extraordinary energy. At Craonne, French troops attacked strongly defended Allied positions. The battle proved costly. Although Napoleon achieved local success, casualties mounted. Soon afterward came the Battle of Laon. Blucher, now reinforced, occupied strong defensive ground. French attacks failed to achieve decisive results. Napoleon recognized that the balance of numbers increasingly favored the coalition. Another major engagement followed near Arcis-sur-Aube. Initially believing he faced only part of the Allied army, Napoleon attacked aggressively. He soon discovered that much larger enemy forces stood before him. Recognizing the danger, he conducted an orderly withdrawal. Despite these setbacks, the Allies still approached their objective cautiously. Many coalition leaders respected Napoleon's ability so greatly that they feared another surprise offensive. For a time, they followed his movements rather than marching directly toward Paris. Then they altered their strategy. Instead of pursuing Napoleon personally, they decided to strike at the French capital. If Paris fell, political resistance might collapse regardless of Napoleon's victories elsewhere. Napoleon realized the danger too late. When reports confirmed that the coalition was advancing directly toward Paris, he immediately hurried westward. He hoped to arrive before the city surrendered. Distance defeated him. On March 30, 1814, the Battle of Paris began. French defenders included regular soldiers, members of the National Guard, students, retired veterans, and ordinary citizens determined to protect their capital. Among the principal commanders were Marshals Auguste de Marmont and Edouard Mortier. They faced overwhelming numbers. Russian, Prussian, and Austrian artillery bombarded the city's defenses. Fighting spread across the surrounding villages and heights. The defenders resisted bravely. Street after street became contested ground. Yet resistance could not continue indefinitely. Marshal Marmont and other senior commanders recognized that prolonging the battle might expose Paris to unnecessary destruction. Civilian casualties would increase dramatically. Ancient neighborhoods might be reduced to ruins. After difficult discussions, they agreed to negotiate surrender. On March 31, 1814, Allied armies entered Paris. Sir Alexander I rode into the city beside King Frederick William III of Prussia. Crowds watched silently. Some welcomed the arrival, hoping it would bring peace. Others stood in disbelief that foreign soldiers occupied the French capital. Napoleon arrived too late. When he learned that Paris had surrendered, he reportedly exclaimed with disbelief and anger. The city he had governed for years had fallen without his presence. His military victories in the countryside no longer mattered. The political center of France belonged to the coalition. Within Paris, political events unfolded rapidly. One of Napoleon's most influential former supporters, the experienced diplomat Charles Maurice de Talleyrand-Périgord, concluded that the emperor's reign had reached its end. Talleyrand had served revolutionary governments, Napoleon, and would later serve the restored Bourbon monarchy. Pragmatic above all else, he believed France's interests required peace rather than continued resistance. He worked with Allied leaders to establish a new government. Meanwhile, the French Senate declared that Napoleon had forfeited the throne. The decision shocked the emperor. For years, he had believed that his authority rested upon military success, administrative achievement, and popular support. Now the political institutions he had created turned against him. At Fontainebleau, Napoleon considered one final military effort. Several loyal officers urged him to march upon Paris. Many soldiers remained willing to fight. The Imperial Guard, especially the Old Guard, retained extraordinary loyalty. Napoleon briefly contemplated leading them in a desperate attack. His marshals intervened. Marshal Michel Ney, Marshal Jacques MacDonald, Marshal Berthier, Marshal Oudinot, and others explained that the army could no longer sustain another campaign. France was exhausted. The coalition remained overwhelmingly powerful. Continuing the struggle would likely produce civil war and even greater suffering. The conversations proved painful. Some marshals who had followed Napoleon through years of triumph now urged him to abdicate. Initially, Napoleon attempted to abdicate in favor of his young son, the King of Rome, with Empress Marie-Louise serving as regent. The coalition rejected the proposal. They no longer trusted the Bonaparte dynasty. Only unconditional abdication would satisfy them. On April 6, 1814, Napoleon Bonaparte formally renounced the throne of France. After nearly 10 years as emperor and almost 15 years as the dominant figure in European politics, his reign had come to an end. The Treaty of Fontainebleau determined his future. And like many defeated rulers throughout history, Napoleon was not imprisoned. The Allies recognized both his remarkable achievements and the continued loyalty many soldiers felt toward him. They granted him sovereignty over the small Mediterranean island of Elba. He retained the title of emperor. He received a modest personal guard. Financial provisions were established, although many were later ignored. His family, however, would not accompany him permanently. The separation from Marie-Louise and his young son caused deep personal sorrow. Before leaving France, Napoleon experienced one of the most emotional moments of his life. On April 20, 1814, he assembled the Old Guard in the courtyard of the Palace of Fontainebleau. These veterans had marched beside him through Italy, Egypt, Austria, Prussia, Poland, Spain, and Russia. Many bore scars from countless battles. They had followed him across Europe with unwavering devotion. Standing before them, Napoleon delivered a farewell address. His voice reportedly trembled with emotion. He thanked them for their loyalty, courage, and sacrifice. He declared that he could have continued the war, but doing so would only have prolonged France's suffering. Then, one by one, many veterans approached. Napoleon embraced several officers. He kissed the regimental eagle carried by the guard. Witnesses recalled hardened soldiers openly weeping. Few scenes better captured the extraordinary bond between Napoleon and the men who had served under his command. Soon afterward, he departed for exile. Traveling south through France, he encountered mixed reactions. Some communities greeted him respectfully. Others expressed hostility. Disguises occasionally became necessary for his safety. Eventually he reached the Mediterranean coast and boarded a British ship bound for Elba. The island was small, measuring only a few dozen kilometers across. Compared with the empire he had once ruled, it seemed insignificant. Many observers believed Napoleon's story had ended. Europe celebrated. Church bells rang in numerous cities. Governments prepared for peace. The Bourbon monarchy returned to France under King Louis XVIII. The Congress of Vienna began discussing the reconstruction of Europe after years of war. Most rulers believed the Napoleonic era had finally concluded. They underestimated one important fact. Napoleon Bonaparte had accepted defeat. He had not accepted retirement. From the hills of Elba, he continued reading newspapers, observing European politics, corresponding with loyal supporters, and studying every development across the continent. The former emperor had lost his throne. He had lost his empire. He had not lost his ambition. Within less than a year, he would astonish the world once again. His return would become one of the most extraordinary episodes in political and military history. It would be remembered forever as the 100 Days. Chapter 30 Elba, the 100 Days, and the Return of the Emperor 1814 to 1815. When Napoleon Bonaparte departed France in the spring of 1814, many believed they were witnessing the final chapter of one of history's most remarkable careers. The man who had ruled much of continental Europe now sailed toward a small Mediterranean island with a population of only a few thousand people. The contrast was astonishing. Only months earlier, he had commanded vast armies stretching from Spain to Poland. He had negotiated with emperors, kings, popes, and diplomats. Now, he would govern an island barely visible on many maps. To many Europeans, the arrangement appeared almost generous. The victorious Allied powers had considered several possible futures for the defeated emperor. Some argued that he should be imprisoned. Others feared that executing him would transform him into a martyr and provoke unrest across Europe. After lengthy discussion, they chose a compromise. Napoleon would retain the title of emperor, but only as the sovereign ruler of Elba, a small island off the western coast of Italy. He would be allowed a modest household, a personal guard of several hundred loyal veterans, and an annual pension promised by the Treaty of Fontainebleau. The decision reflected both respect and caution. The coalition acknowledged Napoleon's extraordinary achievements while believing that the distance separating him from France would prevent any return to power. Once again, they underestimated the man they had defeated. Napoleon arrived on Elba in early May 1814. Although disappointed by exile, he did not surrender to despair. One of the defining characteristics of his personality had always been an inability to remain idle. Even under circumstances that would have broken many leaders, he searched immediately for opportunities to organize, improve, and build. The island covered only about 220 square kilometers. Much of its landscape consisted of rugged hills rising above the Mediterranean Sea. Small villages clung to steep slopes overlooking narrow harbors. Iron mines had long provided employment for many residents, but the island remained poor compared with the prosperous regions Napoleon had once governed. The emperor established his residence at Portoferraio. His court became a miniature version of the imperial government that had once ruled France. He appointed ministers. He maintained ceremonial guards. He received visitors with the same dignity that had characterized his reign in Paris. Observers occasionally smiled at the contrast between imperial ceremony and the modest surroundings. Napoleon himself rarely seemed embarrassed. He believed that authority depended not merely upon territory but upon conduct. Even on Elba, He intended to rule well. He soon began inspecting every corner of the island. He rode on horseback through villages, spoke with farmers, examined roads, and studied local industries. He ordered improvements to the island's roads and bridges. He encouraged agricultural development. He promoted better methods of mining iron ore. Harbors received attention to improve trade. Schools and public administration were reorganized. The same administrative energy that had transformed France now focused upon an island small enough to cross in a single day. The people of Elba generally welcomed these reforms. Many had expected an arrogant conqueror. Instead, they encountered a ruler who worked tirelessly to improve everyday life. Napoleon spoke with ordinary laborers, listened to local concerns, and supervised public works personally. Although his resources remained limited, he attempted to govern as effectively as circumstances allowed. Yet beneath this appearance of peaceful retirement, his thoughts rarely left France. Each day newspapers arrived from the mainland. Visitors carried political rumors. Merchants discussed changing conditions across Europe. Napoleon studied every report carefully. He remained remarkably well informed despite his isolation. The Congress of Vienna had begun meeting in September 1814. Representatives from nearly every major European power gathered in the Austrian capital to reconstruct the political order shattered by years of revolutionary and Napoleonic warfare. The gathering became one of the most significant diplomatic conferences in European history. Among the leading participants were Clemens von Metternich, Charles Maurice de Talleyrand-Périgord, Robert Stewart, Viscount Castlereagh, and Sir Alexander I of Russia. Their objective extended beyond defeating Napoleon. They sought to create a stable Europe that would prevent another continent-wide war. Borders required redrawing. Kingdoms needed restoration. Old dynasties demanded recognition. The diplomats worked through complicated negotiations lasting many months. Ironically, even in exile, Napoleon continued influencing European politics. Much of the discussion centered upon preventing another ruler from accumulating the power he had once possessed. Meanwhile, France experienced profound political change. The Bourbon monarchy returned under King Louis XVIII, the younger brother of the executed King Louis XVI. Unlike his brother, Louis XVIII understood that France could not simply return to the conditions that had existed before the Revolution. The country had changed fundamentally. The Revolution had abolished feudal privileges. Napoleon had introduced legal equality through the Civil Code. Government administration had become centralized. Merit increasingly influenced promotion within the military and civil service. Attempting to erase these changes entirely would almost certainly provoke renewed instability. Louis therefore adopted a more moderate approach than many royalists desired. He accepted a constitutional charter establishing certain civil rights. He recognized several reforms introduced during the Revolutionary and Napoleonic periods. Nevertheless, restoring the monarchy proved more complicated than expected. Many royalist nobles returned from exile expecting to recover lands, privileges, and influence lost during the Revolution. Their attitudes often alienated veterans who had served under Napoleon and citizens who had benefited from revolutionary reforms. The French army presented another challenge. Thousands of officers had built distinguished careers through merit rather than aristocratic birth. Many feared that the restored monarchy would favor noble families once again. Veterans who had fought beside Napoleon felt neglected. Their victories seemed increasingly ignored. Their sacrifices appeared forgotten. The tricolor flag that had accompanied French armies across Europe disappeared. In its place returned the white Bourbon banner. To many loyal royalists, this symbolized legitimate government. To many veterans, it represented a rejection of everything they had fought to defend. Economic difficulties further complicated the situation. Years of warfare had strained France's finances. Demobilized soldiers searched for employment. Trade required adjustment after the collapse of Napoleon's Continental System. Prices fluctuated. Taxes remained burdensome. Although peace had returned, prosperity did not arrive immediately. Discontent gradually spread. Not everyone wished for Napoleon's return. Many French citizens sincerely desired lasting peace after decades of almost continuous warfare. Parents hoped their sons would no longer march to distant battlefields. Merchants wished for stable commerce. Farmers longed to cultivate their fields without military requisitions. Yet disappointment with the restored monarchy steadily increased. Napoleon observed these developments with growing interest. Reports reached Elba describing dissatisfaction within the army. Former officers remained loyal. Veterans spoke nostalgically about the empire. Visitors assured the former emperor that many French citizens would welcome his return. Some accounts exaggerated popular enthusiasm. Others accurately reflected genuine frustration. Napoleon carefully distinguished between rumor and reliable intelligence. His network of supporters expanded quietly. Former officials maintained correspondence. Merchants carried letters across the Mediterranean. Sympathetic officers visited Elba under various pretexts. Although the island remained under light observation, supervision proved less effective than expected. The British government assigned Colonel Neil Campbell to monitor Napoleon's activities. Campbell generally considered the former emperor unlikely to attempt escape. He occasionally left the island on official business. Napoleon noticed these absences. Several additional developments strengthened his resolve. The annual pension promised by the Treaty of Fontainebleau arrived irregularly or not at all. Financial difficulties increased. More importantly, rumors circulated that some Allied leaders considered transferring Napoleon to a far more distant location, perhaps an island in the Atlantic Ocean where escape would become impossible. Whether these reports accurately reflected official plans remains debated by historians. Napoleon believed them. He concluded that remaining on Elba offered no secure future. If he intended to act, the opportunity might soon disappear. Preparations began in absolute secrecy. Napoleon selected approximately 1,000 loyal followers. They included veterans of the Old Guard, Polish lancers, Corsican volunteers, artillerymen, sailors, and members of his personal household. The force remained small. Its success would depend not upon military strength but upon political support inside France. On February 26, 1815, Napoleon quietly boarded the brig Constant. Several smaller vessels accompanied it. Taking advantage of Campbell's absence and favorable weather, the little flotilla departed Elba. The escape succeeded almost without opposition. When news reached the European powers, astonishment quickly gave way to alarm. Napoleon sailed northward across the Mediterranean. On March 1, 1815, he landed near the Gulf of Juan on the southern coast of France. The moment marked one of the most daring political gambles in history. He possessed barely 1,000 men. The Bourbon government commanded tens of thousands. If the French army remained loyal to King Louis XVIII, Napoleon's adventure would end within days. Rather than marching directly toward major cities where royal forces remained strong, Napoleon chose an inland route through the Alps. The journey became famous as the Route Napoleon. The roads wound through mountains, forests, and isolated villages. The terrain proved difficult but reduced the likelihood of immediate confrontation. As Napoleon advanced northward, local reactions varied. Some villagers greeted him cautiously. Others expressed enthusiasm. Many simply watched in silence, uncertain which government would ultimately prevail. The decisive moment occurred near the village of Lafry. Royal troops under Colonel de Lessert blocked the road. The soldiers received orders to arrest Napoleon. The situation appeared extremely dangerous. Instead of preparing for battle, Napoleon made an extraordinary decision. He rode forward alone. Dismounting from his horse, he walked calmly toward the royal soldiers. Opening his gray overcoat, he exposed his chest and addressed them. "If there is among you a soldier who wishes to kill his emperor, here I am." For several moments, silence filled the mountain road. The soldiers recognized the familiar figure before them. Many had served under him. Many had fought beside him across Europe. Then cries broke the silence. "Vive l'Empereur!" The soldiers lowered their weapons. Instead of arresting Napoleon, they joined him. The dramatic encounter became one of the defining moments of the 100 Days. As news spread, additional military units changed sides. Napoleon's column grew larger with every passing day. Perhaps the most remarkable reversal involved Marshal Michel Ney. Before Napoleon landed, Ney had assured King Louis XVIII that he would capture the former emperor and bring him back in an iron cage. Ney sincerely intended to fulfill that promise. He marched south with troops loyal to the monarchy. Yet, as he encountered veterans increasingly declaring support for Napoleon, his own position became more difficult. Ney had served beside the emperor for years. He had earned his marshal's baton through extraordinary courage under Napoleon's command. Many of his soldiers remained devoted to their former leader. After careful reflection, Ney made a dramatic decision. He joined Napoleon. The announcement stunned Paris. One of the kingdom's most celebrated military commanders had abandoned the Bourbon cause. Other officers soon followed. Louis XVIII watched events with growing concern. Attempts to organize resistance collapsed as army units defected. Government authority weakened rapidly. Ministers urged the king to leave Paris before Napoleon arrived. Reluctantly, Louis accepted their advice. On the night of March 19, 1815, he departed the capital for Belgium. The following day, March 20th, Napoleon entered Paris. No great battle had been fought. No siege had occurred. Without firing a single shot against the French army, the former exile once again occupied the Tuileries Palace. Crowds gathered to witness his return. Some celebrated enthusiastically. Others observed with caution. Many simply wondered what the future would bring. Napoleon resumed power amid extraordinary excitement. Yet he understood that circumstances had changed profoundly. He no longer ruled the Europe of 1807. The great powers meeting at Vienna reacted immediately. When news of his return reached the Congress, diplomatic disagreements vanished almost overnight. The representatives who had argued for months over borders and influence suddenly united against a common enemy. On March 13th, before Napoleon had even reached Paris, they declared him an outlaw, stating that by violating the Treaty of Fontainebleau he had placed himself outside the protection of international law. Soon afterward, Britain, Prussia, Austria, Russia, and their allies formed the Seventh Coalition. Their objective was no longer negotiation. It was the permanent defeat of Napoleon Bonaparte. The emperor recognized the danger clearly. He had regained France with astonishing speed. He had regained the loyalty of much of the army. He had regained the throne. He had not regained time. Across Europe, vast armies were already mobilizing. Within weeks, hundreds of thousands of allied soldiers would march once more toward France. Napoleon decided that waiting behind his borders would allow his enemies to unite their forces. Instead, he would strike first. His target lay to the north, in present-day Belgium, where British, Dutch, Belgian, German, and Prussian armies gathered before the arrival of Austrian and Russian reinforcements. If he could defeat them separately, perhaps Europe might once again accept negotiation. It was a bold plan, perfectly consistent with the strategy that had brought him so many victories throughout his career. Yet the campaign he was about to begin would become his last. On a quiet Belgian ridge near the village of Waterloo, destiny awaited the emperor one final time. Chapter 31, Waterloo, Napoleon's final campaign and the last battle of the empire, June 1815. By the spring of 1815, Napoleon Bonaparte understood that time had become his greatest enemy. His return from Elba had astonished Europe, but it had not divided his opponents. Instead, it united them with remarkable speed. The rulers gathered at the Congress of Vienna immediately suspended their diplomatic disagreements and pledged to defeat Napoleon once and for all. Britain, Prussia, Austria, Russia, the Netherlands, Sweden, Spain, Portugal, and numerous German states committed themselves to what became known as the Seventh Coalition. Unlike earlier alliances, This coalition had learned it from experience. Previous coalitions had often acted slowly, argued over strategy, or pursued conflicting political objectives. Napoleon had repeatedly exploited those weaknesses by defeating enemy armies one at a time before they could unite. The coalition leaders were determined not to repeat those mistakes. They agreed that each nation would continue mobilizing until France accepted Napoleon's permanent removal from power. Vast armies assembled across Europe. Russian forces marched westward. Austrian armies prepared to cross the Rhine. British troops gathered in the Low Countries. Prussian soldiers concentrated nearby. If these armies united inside France, Napoleon would face overwhelming numerical superiority. The emperor therefore concluded that only one realistic strategy remained. He would attack first. His immediate objective lay in present-day Belgium, then part of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Two coalition armies stood there before the arrival of larger Austrian and Russian forces. One was commanded by the British soldier-statesman Arthur Wellesley, 1st Duke of Wellington. The other belonged to the veteran Prussian commander Gebhard Lebrecht von Blücher. Together, they presented a formidable challenge. Separated, they might be defeated. Napoleon believed he still possessed the operational skill necessary to move rapidly between them. His plan closely resembled strategies that had brought him victory many times before. Strike swiftly, separate the enemy, defeat each army individually, force political negotiations before additional coalition forces arrived. It was bold. It was logical. It was also extremely risky. On June 12, 1815, Napoleon departed Paris. The Army of the North numbered roughly 125,000 men, although fewer would actually fight at Waterloo. Compared with the massive armies of earlier campaigns, this force appeared modest. Nevertheless, it contained many experienced veterans who had returned to service during the 100 Days. Their confidence in Napoleon remained remarkably strong. Several of the emperor's most famous marshals accompanied him. Marshal Michel Ney returned despite the political controversy surrounding his shifting loyalties. Marshal Emmanuel de Grouchy received independent command responsibilities. Marshal Nicolas Soult served as chief of staff, replacing the late Marshal Berthier, whose organizational abilities had long supported Napoleon's campaigns. The absence of Berthier would later prove significant. His extraordinary talent for translating Napoleon's ideas into precise military orders had never been fully replaced. On June 15, French forces crossed the Belgian frontier. The campaign opened successfully. Coalition commanders required time to determine Napoleon's intentions. French troops captured Charleroi. The rapid advance placed Napoleon between Wellington and Blücher, precisely where he wanted to be. The opportunity seemed promising. On June 16, two important battles occurred simultaneously. Napoleon personally confronted Blücher near the village of Ligny. Marshal Ney received orders to engage Wellington near Quatre-Bras. The success of the entire campaign depended upon effective coordination between these operations. At Ligny, Napoleon demonstrated that his battlefield abilities remained formidable. The fighting proved intense. French artillery opened devastating bombardments. Infantry attacked repeatedly. Prussian forces resisted stubbornly throughout the day. Blücher personally rode among his soldiers, encouraging resistance despite heavy casualties. Late in the afternoon, Napoleon launched a powerful final assault. The Imperial Guard participated alongside veteran infantry formations. French troops broke through the Prussian center. Blücher himself was knocked from his horse during a cavalry charge and narrowly escaped capture. As darkness approached, the Prussian army withdrew. Ligny became Napoleon's final battlefield victory. It was an impressive achievement, yet it remained incomplete. The Prussian army retreated in good order rather than disintegrating. Thousands of experienced soldiers remained capable of returning to combat. Napoleon expected Marshal Grouchy to pursue the retreating Prussians aggressively and prevent them from rejoining Wellington. This assignment would become one of the most controversial decisions of the campaign. Meanwhile, events at Quatre-Bras unfolded differently. Marshal Ney encountered an unexpectedly strong resistance from Wellington's multinational army. British, Dutch, Belgian, German, and Brunswick troops gradually reinforced the position throughout the day. Ney hesitated at several crucial moments. Whether greater aggressiveness could have changed the outcome remains debated. By evening, Wellington still controlled Quatre-Bras. Although he later withdrew after learning of Blücher's defeat, the opportunity to destroy his army had passed. Napoleon had achieved only part of his strategic objective. The coalition armies remained separated. They had not been destroyed. The following day brought heavy rain. Thunderstorms swept across Belgium. Roads became muddy. Fields turned into thick clay. Artillery movement slowed considerably. Napoleon delayed his main attack while waiting for the ground to dry sufficiently for effective cannon fire. This decision appeared reasonable from a military perspective. And fortunately for the French, the delay also granted Blücher additional time to march toward Wellington's assistance. On the evening of June 17, Wellington selected a defensive position near the village of Waterloo, approximately 15 kilometers south of Brussels. The battlefield consisted of gently rolling farmland. A low ridge dominated the Allied position. Sunken roads, hedges, orchards, and scattered farms provided natural defensive advantages. 3 locations soon became famous throughout military history. On Wellington's right stood the fortified farm of Hougoumont. Near the center lay the farmhouse of La Haye. Farther east stood the hamlets of Papelotte and La Haye. Together these strong points anchored the Allied defensive line. Wellington carefully deployed his army behind the ridge. Many of his soldiers remained invisible from French observation. This reverse slope defense reduced casualties from artillery fire and concealed troop movements. It reflected Wellington's deep understanding of defensive warfare. Napoleon reached the battlefield on the morning of June 18. Looking across the valley, he observed Wellington's position. Despite the difficult terrain, he remained optimistic. His officers generally shared that confidence. Many believed one decisive victory would restore France's strategic position. Few realized they were about to participate in one of history's most studied battles. The attack began shortly before noon. Napoleon ordered a diversionary assault against Hougoumont. Initially, the objective was limited. The attack aimed to draw Allied reserves away from the center. Instead, Hougoumont became a battle within a battle. French infantry attacked repeatedly throughout the entire day. British guards defended stone walls, orchards, gardens, and buildings with extraordinary determination. The gates of the farm nearly fell after a fierce struggle. In one dramatic moment, French soldiers forced open the north gate before British defenders managed to close it again, trapping many attackers inside the courtyard. Intense hand-to-hand combat followed. The defenders ultimately retained control. What began as a diversion gradually consumed thousands of French troops who might have been employed elsewhere. Napoleon next ordered a major assault against Wellington's center-left. General d'Urlan's corps advanced in massive infantry columns. French soldiers marched steadily uphill beneath increasing musket and artillery fire. The attack initially achieved considerable success. Several Allied formations began yielding ground. Then British heavy cavalry launched one of the most famous charges of the battle. The Household Brigade and the Union Brigade crashed into the advancing French infantry. Scottish cavalrymen of the Royal Scots Greys captured French regimental eagles during furious fighting. The French attack collapsed temporarily. The victorious British cavalry pursued too far and soon suffered devastating counterattacks from French cavalry. The battlefield became increasingly chaotic. Napoleon continued seeking the decisive breakthrough. Around mid-afternoon, Marshal Ney mistakenly concluded that portions of Wellington's army were retreating. Without waiting for infantry support, he launched one of history's largest cavalry attacks. Wave after wave of French cuirassiers, dragoons, and lancers thundered uphill toward the Allied ridge. The sight astonished everyone present. Thousands of armored horsemen advanced through smoke and artillery fire with magnificent courage. Yet Wellington's infantry responded with remarkable discipline. British, Dutch, Belgian, and German soldiers formed hollow squares. These formations presented bayonets on every side. Horses instinctively refused to charge directly into walls of steel. French cavalry rode around the squares repeatedly, searching for weakness. Artillery fired whenever opportunities appeared. Musket volleys erupted at close range. Again and again, the cavalry attacked. Again and again, the infantry squares held. Without adequate infantry or artillery support, the cavalry could not break the Allied line. Thousands of horses and riders became casualties. Meanwhile, fierce combat continued at La Haye. German soldiers from the King's German Legion defended the farmhouse stubbornly despite dwindling ammunition. Only late in the afternoon did French troops finally capture the position. Its fall brought French forces dangerously close to Wellington's center. For a brief period, victory appeared possible. Wellington later admitted that the situation had become extremely critical. Napoleon prepared another great assault. At precisely this moment, reports arrived from the eastern flank. Columns of soldiers approached through the woods near the village of Plancenoit. Initially, uncertainty surrounded their identity. Soon the truth became unmistakable. They were Prussians. Blucher had kept his promise. Despite defeat at Ligny only 2 days earlier, the Prussian army had marched with extraordinary determination toward Waterloo. Marshal Grouchy, operating elsewhere in accordance with Napoleon's earlier orders, failed to prevent their arrival. The debate surrounding Grouchy's actions has continued for more than 2 centuries. Some historians argue he followed his instructions faithfully. Others believe greater initiative might have brought him to Waterloo in time. Whatever the explanation, the Prussians arrived. Their appearance transformed the battle. Napoleon reacted immediately. He diverted valuable troops to defend Plancenoit against the growing Prussian threat. Bitter fighting erupted in the village. French and Prussian soldiers struggled for every street and every building. Control changed repeatedly. The pressure upon Napoleon increased continuously. He now fought 2 armies simultaneously. As evening approached, the emperor made one final decision. He committed the Imperial Guard. For years, these elite veterans had represented the ultimate reserve of the French Empire. Their reputation bordered upon legend. Many soldiers believed the Guard could accomplish the impossible. Napoleon organized selected battalions into assault columns. The veterans advanced steadily uphill toward Wellington's center. Silence reportedly spread across portions of the battlefield as both armies watched. If the Guard succeeded, perhaps victory remained possible. If it failed, little hope would remain. The Guard climbed the ridge with extraordinary discipline. British Guards concealed behind the reverse slope waited patiently. At close range, Wellington's infantry suddenly rose. A devastating volley erupted. French soldiers continued advancing. Another volley followed. Musket fire tore through the ranks. British infantry counterattacked. The Guard attempted to maintain formation. For the first time in many years, elements of the Imperial Guard began falling back. Someone shouted words that spread rapidly across the battlefield. La Garde recule. The Guard is retreating. The psychological impact proved enormous. For years, many French soldiers had regarded the Imperial Guard as invincible. Seeing its withdrawal shattered confidence. Across the battlefield, French formations began collapsing. Almost simultaneously, Wellington recognized the decisive moment. Removing his hat, he signaled the general advance. The Allied line surged forward. Prussian forces increased pressure from the east. French resistance gradually dissolved into retreat. Napoleon attempted to rally his soldiers. Members of the Old Guard formed defensive squares around the emperor, protecting the retreat as darkness approached. Several battalions fought almost to destruction. Their discipline during the final withdrawal became legendary. Nevertheless, the battle had been lost. The retreat soon became increasingly disorganized. Artillery, wagons, cavalry, infantry, and refugees crowded the roads leading south. The victorious coalition pursued relentlessly. Napoleon left the battlefield with a small escort. For the second time in little more than a year, his hopes of preserving the empire had collapsed. The casualties reflected the ferocity of the struggle. Historians estimate that approximately 50,000 men became killed, wounded, or missing during the campaign's decisive battle. The losses affected every nation involved. Families across France, Britain, Prussia, the Netherlands, Germany, and elsewhere mourned loved ones who never returned. Waterloo immediately entered history. Its significance extended far beyond military statistics. Napoleon's final opportunity to reshape Europe's political future had ended. No reserve army remained. No unexpected ally would appear. The coalition's numerical superiority would soon become overwhelming. Returning to Paris, Napoleon confronted political reality. Many legislators concluded that continued resistance would only invite greater destruction. The army remained exhausted. The coalition advanced rapidly. Public confidence declined. Even many loyal supporters accepted that another prolonged war offered little hope. On June 22, 1815, only 4 days after Waterloo, Napoleon abdicated for the second time. His remarkable political resurrection during the 100 Days had ended. Unlike the events of 1814, however, no island close to Europe would now serve as his place of exile. The Allied powers had learned it from experience. They would never again permit Napoleon Bonaparte to return. His final destination would lie thousands of kilometers from France, isolated in the vast South Atlantic Ocean. There, on a remote volcanic island surrounded by endless sea, the last years of one of history's greatest military commanders would unfold far from the battlefields that had made him famous. The man who had once commanded the fate of Europe would spend his remaining days with little more than memory, reflection, and history itself as his companions. Chapter 32. Exile on St. Helena, Napoleon's final years, death, and the birth of an immortal legacy. 1815-1821. The defeat at Waterloo did not immediately end Napoleon Bonaparte's story. It ended his reign. It ended his empire. It ended his ability to command armies across Europe. But it did not end his influence. In many ways, the years following Waterloo transformed Napoleon from a living ruler into one of history's greatest legends. During those final years, separated from power, armies, and politics, he reflected upon the extraordinary path that had carried him from a modest Corsican childhood to the throne of an empire that had reshaped Europe. The story of those final years is quieter than the thunder of Austerlitz or the tragedy of Russia. Yet it is no less significant, for it was during exile that Napoleon began shaping how future generations would remember him. After leaving Waterloo, Napoleon returned to Paris exhausted but determined to preserve what remained of France. The journey itself reflected the emotional burden weighing upon him. Only days earlier he had ridden toward Belgium convinced that one final victory might secure peace on favorable terms. Instead, he returned knowing that the military foundation of his rule had collapsed. The French government had little appetite for another prolonged struggle. Many members of the Chamber of Representatives believed further resistance would only invite greater destruction. Coalition armies continued advancing toward the French frontier. Russia, Austria, Prussia, Britain, and their allies now possessed overwhelming military superiority. Even if Napoleon somehow assembled another army, France lacked the resources necessary to sustain another continental war. Political support also weakened rapidly. Several influential politicians argued that Napoleon himself had become the principal obstacle to peace. Foreign governments repeatedly declared that they sought lasting security for Europe. As long as Napoleon remained emperor, they insisted, negotiations would remain impossible. The emperor understood the political reality. On June 22, 1815, only 4 days after Waterloo, he abdicated for the second and final time. Unlike his first abdication in 1814, this resignation carried almost no hope of return. He again attempted to secure the throne for his son, Napoleon II, the young king of Rome. The proposal gained little support. The coalition powers had no intention of allowing another Bonaparte government to emerge. The Bourbon monarchy would soon be restored under King Louis XVIII. Napoleon's political career had effectively ended, yet one major question remained unanswered. What should become of Napoleon himself? Initially, several possibilities appeared. Some supporters urged him to flee toward the south of France and continue resistance. Others proposed escaping to the United States. America fascinated Napoleon. He admired many aspects of its constitutional government and believed that its great distances might offer safety beyond the reach of European monarchies. Ships capable of carrying him across the Atlantic were discussed. Time, however, worked against him. British warships closely monitored the French coastline. Ports remained under observation. Every day increased the likelihood of capture. Napoleon considered disguising himself. Several officers suggested false identities that might allow him to escape unnoticed. Such plans ultimately proved too uncertain. The British naval blockade grew tighter. Recognizing that opportunities were disappearing rapidly, Napoleon made one of the most remarkable decisions of his life. Rather than continuing to flee, he chose to surrender voluntarily to Britain. He believed the British nation, with its long legal traditions and parliamentary government, would treat him honorably. He hoped perhaps to live quietly as a private citizen somewhere in England. On July 15, 1815, Napoleon boarded the British warship HMS Bellerophon. There he presented himself to Captain Frederick Maitland. His words became famous. He declared that he came like Themistocles, referring to the ancient Greek statesman who had sought protection from a former enemy after political exile. Napoleon believed he was placing himself under the protection of British law. Many British officers treated him respectfully. They admired his extraordinary career even though they had spent years fighting against him. Captain Maitland later described Napoleon as calm, courteous, and dignified during their conversations. Crowds soon gathered along the English coast hoping to catch a glimpse of the defeated emperor aboard the ship. His fame remained enormous. People who had never seen him before sailed small boats near the anchored vessel merely to observe the man whose campaigns had dominated Europe for 2 decades. The British government now faced a difficult decision. Allowing Napoleon to remain in Britain carried considerable risk. His presence might inspire political movements or escape attempts. Returning him to France remained unacceptable. Permitting him to travel freely elsewhere might eventually lead to another return similar to the escape from Elba. British ministers therefore selected a far more isolated destination. They chose the island of St. Helena. St. Helena lay in the South Atlantic Ocean, approximately 1,900 kilometers west of the coast of southern Africa and thousands of kilometers from Europe or North America. The island measured only about 16 by 8 kilometers. Volcanic cliffs rose dramatically from the sea. Strong currents surrounded much of its coastline. Approaching ships found few safe harbors. Escape appeared virtually impossible. Its remoteness explained why the British East India Company had long used St. Helena as a strategic stopping point for ships sailing between Europe and Asia. Now it would become the final home of Europe's most famous exile. Napoleon received the decision with visible disappointment. He believed he had surrendered voluntarily under expectations of honorable asylum rather than permanent imprisonment. Many of his supporters later argued that Britain had violated the spirit of his surrender. British ministers answered that Europe's security required extraordinary precautions. The voyage to St. Helena lasted several months. During the journey, Napoleon spent considerable time reading, discussing history, and conversing with officers aboard the ship. Observers frequently remarked upon his remarkable memory. He recalled military campaigns in astonishing detail. He quoted classical authors from memory. He discussed geography, mathematics, philosophy, religion, and politics with equal confidence. Even those who opposed him intellectually often admitted the extraordinary breadth of his knowledge. When St. Helena finally appeared upon the horizon in October 1815, the island hardly resembled the centers of civilization Napoleon had once ruled. Dark volcanic cliffs rose sharply above the ocean. Clouds frequently gathered around the higher elevations. The rugged landscape emphasized isolation. For the first time in decades, Napoleon understood that no army would come to rescue him. No political revolution would restore his throne. His public life had ended. The British selected Longwood House as Napoleon's residence. Originally built as a farmhouse and later expanded, the building stood upon an elevated plateau frequently exposed to strong winds, damp weather, and dense fog. The climate proved uncomfortable. Moisture entered the walls. Rooms often felt cold. Water drainage remained inadequate. Furniture deteriorated rapidly. Napoleon complained repeatedly that the residence harmed his health. Whether Longwood significantly worsened his physical condition remains debated, but few visitors considered it a pleasant place to live. Despite the difficult surroundings, Napoleon quickly established a routine. He rarely accepted idleness. Most mornings began relatively late because he often worked deep into the night. After breakfast he walked through the gardens or rode on horseback whenever weather permitted. Physical exercise gradually became more limited as his health declined, but during the earlier years of exile he continued enjoying regular rides across portions of the island. Much of each day centered upon conversation. Several loyal companions had accompanied him into exile. Among the most important were General Henry Gatien Bertrand, General Charles Tristan de Montvalon, General Gaspard Gourgaud, and Count Emmanuel de Las Cases. These men became far more than servants or military aides. They became Napoleon's audience, secretaries, companions, and chroniclers. Hour after hour they listened while Napoleon dictated recollections of earlier campaigns. He described Italy, Egypt, Austerlitz, Jena, Wagram, Russia, Waterloo. Sometimes he analyzed military decisions in meticulous detail. At other times he reflected upon politics, philosophy, leadership, or human nature. These conversations later formed the basis of memoirs that profoundly influenced public understanding of Napoleon. Las Cases, in particular, carefully recorded many discussions. His published work, The Memorial of St. Helena, became enormously popular throughout Europe. Within its pages Napoleon appeared not merely as a defeated emperor but as a misunderstood statesman, military genius, and victim of hostile monarchies. The book helped shape the Napoleonic legend for generations. Napoleon understood exactly what he was doing. He recognized that although he no longer controlled governments, he could still influence history itself. If he could shape how future generations interpreted his life, then defeat need not become permanent. He therefore revisited controversial decisions repeatedly. He defended the civil code. He explained military campaigns. He criticized political opponents. He acknowledged certain mistakes while minimizing others. His exile became, in many respects, an extended effort to write the first draft of his own historical reputation. Not every relationship on St. Helena proved harmonious. The British government appointed Sir Hudson Lowe as governor of the island. Lowe possessed considerable administrative experience but lacked diplomatic warmth. From the beginning, relations between Napoleon and the governor became strained. Napoleon refused to recognize himself as General Bonaparte, the title preferred by British authorities. He insisted upon being addressed as emperor. Lowe followed government instructions carefully. Security remained his highest priority. He feared another escape resembling Elba. Consequently, regulations became increasingly strict. Visitors required permission. Correspondence faced inspection. Travel across the island remained limited. Night patrols increased. Napoleon interpreted these measures as deliberate humiliation. Lowe considered them necessary precautions. Mutual distrust deepened steadily. The tension affected daily life. Arguments arose over seemingly minor matters. Questions concerning visitors, servants, letters, household expenses, and ceremonial protocol often developed into prolonged disputes. Neither man possessed a personality inclined toward compromise. Historians continue debating Lo's conduct. Some portray him as unnecessarily harsh. Others argue that he simply carried out difficult instructions under extraordinary circumstances. Whatever judgment one reaches, the relationship remained unhappy throughout Napoleon's exile. As months turned into years, Napoleon's physical health gradually declined. He complained increasingly of fatigue. Pain developed in his abdomen. His appetite changed unpredictably. Periods of relative strength alternated with prolonged weakness. Medical care reflected the limitations of early 19th century medicine. Physicians possessed sincere dedication but limited understanding of disease. Bloodletting remained common. Medicines often contained substances now recognized as ineffective or harmful. Different doctors disagreed regarding diagnosis and treatment. Napoleon himself sometimes distrusted medical advice, complicating his care further. During his final years he spent increasing amounts of time indoors. Walking became more difficult. Reading and dictation continued whenever strength allowed. He frequently reflected upon his family. The separation from his son weighed heavily upon him. Napoleon had seen the boy only briefly before the events of 1814 and never again afterward. The child, raised in Austria, grew up under the title Duke of Reichstadt. Although Bonaparte's supporters sometimes referred to him as Napoleon II, he never ruled France. The emotional distance between father and son remained one of Napoleon's deepest personal sorrows. His thoughts also returned often to Josephine. Although they had divorced years earlier, he remembered her with increasing affection. When informed of her death in 1814, Napoleon had reportedly been deeply saddened. In exile he spoke warmly of their years together, suggesting that time had softened earlier disagreements. Increasingly, Napoleon viewed his life through the perspective of history rather than politics. He discussed Julius Caesar, Alexander the Great, Hannibal, Charlemagne, Frederick the Great, and other commanders whose reputations had survived long after death. He wondered how future generations would judge his own achievements. Would they remember the conqueror, the lawgiver, the revolutionary, the emperor, the tyrant, the reformer? He understood that no single answer could encompass such a complicated life. By 1820, his condition worsened noticeably. Persistent abdominal pain intensified. Weight declined. Periods of weakness became longer. He often remained confined to bed. Visitors noticed increasing exhaustion. His physicians suspected serious stomach disease. Modern medical historians generally believe Napoleon most likely died from stomach cancer, an illness that had affected several members of his family, including his father, Carlo Bonaparte. Other theories later emerged. Some suggested chronic poisoning by arsenic because elevated arsenic levels appeared in samples of Napoleon's hair. Subsequent research complicated that interpretation. Arsenic occurred commonly during the 19th century in medicines, pigments, wallpaper, and numerous everyday products. Most historians and medical experts today consider stomach cancer the most probable explanation, although debate has never disappeared completely. During his final months, Napoleon prepared his will carefully. He distributed personal possessions among loyal companions. He remembered veterans who had served faithfully. He expressed continued affection for France. He hoped that one day his remains might rest beside the French people whom he believed he had loved throughout his life. On May 5, 1821, as rain and strong winds swept across St. Helena, Napoleon Bonaparte died at the age of 51. According to several witnesses, among his final spoken words were references to France, the army, and Josephine. Whether every reported phrase is completely accurate cannot be known with certainty. What is certain is that even in his last hours, his thoughts remained closely connected to the people, the nation, and the extraordinary journey that had defined his life. His death ended one of history's most remarkable individual careers. It did not end the story of Napoleon. In many respects, that story was only beginning. Chapter 33: The Return of the Emperor's Ashes, Napoleon's Enduring Legacy, and How History Has Judged Him. 1821 present. Napoleon Bonaparte died on May 5, 1821, on the remote island of St. Helena. Far from the battlefields where he had achieved his greatest victories and far from the capital city where he had once ruled one of the most powerful empires in Europe. His death marked the end of a remarkable human life, but it did not bring an end to his influence. Few individuals in history have continued to shape politics, law, military thought, education, literature, and public imagination so long after their passing. During his lifetime, Napoleon transformed Europe through conquest and reform. After his death, history transformed Napoleon himself into a symbol. To some, he became the embodiment of genius, ambition, courage, and modern leadership. To others, he represented dictatorship, militarism, censorship, and the destructive pursuit of unlimited power. Most historians today recognize that neither image alone tells the complete story. Napoleon's legacy is one of extraordinary achievement intertwined with enormous human cost. Understanding that complexity is essential to understanding both the man and the age in which he lived. Following Napoleon's death, British authorities arranged a military funeral on St. Helena. Although he had spent nearly 6 years as their prisoner, British officers generally treated his funeral with dignity and respect. Many had fought against him for years, yet they also understood that they were burying one of the most influential figures of modern history. Napoleon had expressed a clear personal wish before his death. He hoped that his body would someday rest on the banks of the Seine, among the French people whom I loved so much. That wish could not immediately be fulfilled. Political circumstances made such a return impossible. The restored Bourbon monarchy remained uneasy about Napoleon's continuing popularity. His memory still inspired passionate loyalty among many veterans and ordinary citizens. The British government likewise preferred that his remains stay far from continental politics. As a result, Napoleon was buried in a quiet valley on St. Helena. The location became known as the Valley of the Tomb, later renamed the Valley of the Willows. The grave reflected simplicity rather than imperial grandeur. Towering willow trees shaded the site. Fresh water flowed nearby. The surrounding hills created an atmosphere of peace that contrasted sharply with the noise and violence that had characterized so much of Napoleon's public life. No elaborate monument marked the grave. For many years, visitors from around the world traveled across oceans simply to stand beside the modest resting place of the former emperor. As the years passed, something unexpected occurred. Napoleon's reputation began changing. Immediately after Waterloo, many European governments had portrayed him primarily as a dangerous conqueror whose defeat had restored peace. Official publications emphasized the destruction caused by his wars. Political leaders praised the Congress of Vienna for saving Europe from permanent instability. Yet among ordinary people, particularly in France, another image gradually emerged. Veterans remembered the young general who had led them to victory. Civil servants remembered the administrator who rewarded talent rather than noble birth. Lawyers respected the civil code. Students admired his extraordinary intelligence. Writers found inspiration in the dramatic rise and fall of a man who had begun life with neither wealth nor powerful family connections. The image of Napoleon slowly evolved from defeated ruler to romantic hero. This transformation became known as the Napoleonic legend. Writers, artists, musicians, and political thinkers all contributed to its growth. Poets described Napoleon as a tragic giant brought low by fate. Painters portrayed him crossing the Alps, standing beside battlefields, or contemplating exile with quiet dignity. Novelists used him as a symbol of ambition and destiny. Even people who criticized his policies often admired the scale of his achievements. His life seemed almost too extraordinary to belong entirely to history. It resembled epic literature. Meanwhile, political conditions within France continued changing. The Bourbon monarchy faced repeated challenges. Revolutionary ideas never disappeared completely. The generation that had grown up under Napoleon remembered a France in which advancement often depended more upon ability than inherited privilege. As new political crises emerged during the 1820s and 1830s, many French citizens began comparing contemporary governments with Napoleon's administration. Not all comparisons favored the empire, but the emperor's memory remained remarkably powerful. By 1840, nearly 2 decades after Napoleon's death, King Louis-Philippe I concluded that returning Napoleon's remains to France might strengthen national unity. After negotiations with the British government, permission was granted. A French expedition sailed to St. Helena. The event became known as the Retour des Cendres, or Return of the Ashes. Although the phrase referred to ashes, Napoleon had not been cremated. It reflected an older French expression referring to human remains. When the tomb was opened in October 1840, witnesses reported that Napoleon's body appeared remarkably well preserved. Several coffins had protected the remains from the surrounding environment. The body was placed aboard the French frigate Belle for the long voyage home. Across France, anticipation grew. The return became a national event unlike any seen in decades. On December 15, 1840, Paris witnessed one of the largest ceremonial processions in its history. Crowds lined the streets despite cold winter weather. Veterans of the Grande Army appeared wearing faded uniforms and medals earned many years earlier. Some were elderly. Many walked with difficulty, yet they came to honor the commander they had followed across Europe. The funeral procession moved slowly through Paris toward the Hôtel des Invalides, the great military complex originally established by King Louis XIV for wounded and retired soldiers. Church bells rang. Military bands played solemn music. Flags hung throughout the city. Thousands removed their hats as the procession passed. For many observers, it seemed less like a funeral than the symbolic return of an era. Napoleon's final resting place beneath the magnificent dome of Les Invalides became one of France's most important historical monuments. Years later, an elaborate red quartzite sarcophagus surrounded by sculpted marble and bronze was completed. Visitors continue traveling from every continent to stand before the tomb. Around it appear statues representing the major achievements of Napoleon's reign, reminding observers that his legacy extended far beyond military conquest. Perhaps Napoleon's most enduring achievement was not a battlefield victory at all. It was the Napoleonic Code. When he once remarked that his true glory would not be his 40 victories but the civil code, he demonstrated remarkable historical insight. Many military triumphs eventually faded. Political borders changed repeatedly. Empires rose and disappeared. The civil code endured. Its principles influenced legal systems across Europe and eventually reached Latin America, the Middle East, parts of Africa, and other regions. The code established equality before the law for male citizens, protected private property, guaranteed religious freedom in important respects, and replaced many confusing local customs with a coherent national legal framework. Although later generations modified portions of the code, its fundamental structure continues influencing legal thought today. Napoleon also transformed government administration. Before the Revolution, France contained numerous overlapping systems inherited from centuries of gradual development. Napoleon simplified administration through centralized ministries, professional civil servants, standardized taxation, and efficient local government. Many countries later adopted similar approaches. His educational reforms likewise proved remarkably durable. The lycée system prepared talented students for public service regardless of family background. Military academies emphasized mathematics, engineering, and scientific knowledge. Universities became more closely connected with national development. Modern merit-based public administration owes much to these reforms. Military history also bears Napoleon's unmistakable influence. Generations of officers have studied his campaigns. Military academies throughout the world continue examining Austerlitz, Jena, Friedland, the Italian campaign, and many other operations. His methods of concentrating forces rapidly against isolated enemies, integrating artillery with infantry and cavalry, organizing independent corps capable of operating separately before uniting for battle, and emphasizing speed of movement permanently changed military strategy. Later commanders carefully analyzed both his successes and his failures. During the 19th century, leaders such as Helmuth von Moltke the Elder, Ulysses S. Grant, William Tecumseh Sherman, and many others studied Napoleonic warfare extensively. Even in the 20th and 21st centuries, military education continues referring to operational principles first demonstrated on Napoleon's battlefields. At the same time, historians emphasize the terrible human cost of the Napoleonic Wars. Across Europe, millions of soldiers and civilians suffered displacement, injury, disease, economic hardship, and death. Exact numbers remain debated, but modern estimates suggest that several million people died directly or indirectly because of the conflicts between 1792 and 1815. Entire communities lost generations of young men. Families endured repeated military conscription. Agricultural production declined in many regions. Cities experienced occupation and destruction. The suffering extended far beyond famous battles. For many Europeans, the Napoleonic era represented both extraordinary progress and profound tragedy. Another important aspect of Napoleon's legacy concerns nationalism. Before the French Revolution and Napoleon, many Europeans identified primarily with local rulers, provinces, or dynasties. The experience of French conquest often encouraged subject peoples to think of themselves as members of larger national communities. German nationalism expanded partly in response to French domination. Italian nationalism developed similar roots. Spanish resistance during the Peninsular War strengthened Spanish national identity. Polish hopes for restored independence found temporary encouragement through Napoleon's creation of the Duchy of Warsaw. Although Napoleon rarely intended to inspire nationalist movements outside France, his actions unintentionally accelerated their development. These movements would reshape Europe throughout the 19th century. His influence extended beyond Europe. The Napoleonic occupation of Spain weakened Spanish imperial authority in the Americas. As Spain struggled against French invasion, revolutionary movements gained strength throughout Latin America. Leaders such as Simon Bolivar observed European events closely. Although Napoleon did not directly create Latin American independence, the political instability caused by his wars significantly influenced its timing and development. In Egypt, Napoleon's campaign failed militarily, but introduced new scholarly interest in ancient Egyptian civilization. The discovery of the Rosetta Stone eventually enabled scholars to decipher Egyptian hieroglyphs, opening an entirely new chapter in historical research. Throughout the Middle East and North Africa, European interest in the region expanded dramatically after the expedition. Napoleon also left a complicated political legacy. Supporters describe him as a defender of meritocracy who opened careers to talent rather than inherited privilege. Critics point to censorship, restrictions on political opposition, extensive police surveillance, and limitations upon freedom of the press. Supporters emphasize his administrative reforms and legal modernization. Critics emphasize nearly continuous warfare and concentration of power in a single ruler. Both perspectives contain elements of truth. Napoleon admired many revolutionary principles. He also believed strongly in centralized personal authority. His government combined modern institutions with authoritarian leadership. That combination continues provoking debate among historians. Perhaps no question has generated more discussion than whether Napoleon ultimately advanced or hindered the ideals of the French Revolution. The revolution proclaimed liberty, equality, and fraternity. Napoleon preserved equality before the law and many social reforms. He protected religious freedom more effectively than some revolutionary governments had done. He abolished feudal structures in territories under French control. Yet he also crowned himself emperor, restricted political freedoms, censored newspapers, and established a hereditary dynasty. His reign simultaneously preserved and transformed the revolution. He neither restored the old monarchy nor fully maintained revolutionary democracy. Instead, he created something entirely new. Comparisons with earlier military commanders naturally followed. Like Alexander the Great, Napoleon conquered vast territories before reaching middle age. Like Julius Caesar, he combined military brilliance with political ambition. Like Hannibal, he demonstrated extraordinary operational creativity. Like Frederick the Great, he transformed warfare through discipline, maneuver, and strategic vision. Each comparison reveals similarities. Each also has limits. Napoleon lived in a world shaped increasingly by nationalism, mass conscription, industrial production, and modern bureaucracy. His achievements reflected not only individual genius but also the unique historical circumstances of revolutionary France. Modern historians generally avoid describing Napoleon simply as either hero or villain. Instead, they recognize him as one of history's most consequential individuals. Few people have altered the political map of Europe so dramatically. Few have influenced legal systems so permanently. Few have inspired such admiration and criticism simultaneously. His life demonstrates both the extraordinary possibilities of human ability and the dangers of unlimited ambition. His victories revealed the power of leadership, organization, intelligence, and determination. His defeats revealed the limits that eventually confront even the greatest leaders. In the end, Napoleon Bonaparte's greatest legacy may be that he forced Europe to enter the modern age more rapidly than it otherwise might have done. The institutions he created, the reforms he introduced, the ideas he spread, and the reactions he provoked continued shaping nations long after cannons fell silent on the fields of Waterloo. The young boy from Corsica who had once struggled to master the French language rose to command the largest empire Europe had seen in centuries. He inspired fierce loyalty among his soldiers, fear among his enemies, admiration among many of his contemporaries, and endless fascination among generations that followed. More than 2 centuries after his death, Napoleon remains one of the most studied figures in world history. His campaigns are analyzed in military academies. His laws remain embedded in legal systems. His speeches are quoted. His portraits fill museums. His name has become synonymous with extraordinary ambition, strategic brilliance, and the immense power of individual leadership. History has not delivered a simple verdict upon Napoleon Bonaparte. Instead, it has given him something far rarer. It has ensured that his life will continue to be examined, debated, admired, criticized, and remembered for as long as people seek to understand how one individual can shape the destiny of nations. The empire he built disappeared. The ideas he helped spread endured. The battles he fought ended. The questions his life raises have never truly been settled. And so the story of Napoleon Bonaparte does not conclude with the silence of Saint Helena or the marble beneath Les Invalides. It continues wherever historians open archives, wherever students study the rise and fall of empires, wherever military leaders examine the art of command, and wherever people reflect on the extraordinary possibilities and profound responsibilities that accompany power, ambition, and genius. For that reason, Napoleon Bonaparte remains not only a figure of the past but a permanent presence in the study of human history.